Chapter 121. Jingwan quietly came to the main courtyard and then quietly returned to the Haitang elegant residence. Except for a few related servants, no one in the Luo family knew about it. After Jingwan left, Madame Luo sighed with some worry. I hope there won't be any problems this time. Luo Peishan really wanted to tell his old wife that it was really hard to say. When the third girl was engaged to Qin Jingmin, nothing happened. In the end, there was still such a result. Now, in this situation, there might be many people hindering and scheming. It was hard to say whether the engagement would go smoothly. However, he didn't say it. He believed that his old wife actually understood the stakes, but she didn't want to think too deeply and didn't want to admit it. Luo Peishan, then, went to the morning court. When Jingwan went to greet her mother, she met Luo Jingbua and Sun Yijia. They said that they had just arrived, but Jingwan was afraid that they were waiting for her. Didn't they see the other children sitting at the side? Jingwan, on the other hand, did not feel that she was late. Clearly, these people were the ones who came early. She arrived at the same time every day. As for her stepsisters, they were always one step ahead of her. They would rather wait for her than wait for her. She was already used to it. If she came early one day, she could guarantee that her stepsisters would definitely come even earlier the next day. The little girl was still growing, so it was better to sleep more. Besides, if she came too early, it would affect Madame Zhang's rest. A group of people went to the main courtyard. Sun Yijia was still holding onto Jingwan's arm out of habit. They leaned against each other and spoke softly. Because Luo Jingbua was going to accompany Sun Yijia back to her parents' home today, Madame Luo didn't ask the two of them to go back early to prepare. The people from Duke Dinghua's mansion could come to pick them up at any time. If they came early and weren't ready, it wouldn't be good. However, before they left, Madame Luo talked to Sun Yijia alone. When Sun Yijia came out, her expression was normal. No one could tell anything from her face. Sun Yijia glanced at Jingwan, who seemed to be bored and playing with her handkerchief with her head down. She didn't know if she knew about this, but it was more likely that she did. Old Madame doted on her so much. She wouldn't hide such a big thing from her. Sun Yijia knew how much Jingwan disliked Ding General Manor, but now she had to make such a choice. It could be seen how serious the situation was. Compared to the atmosphere in the Luo family, to be honest, Sun Yijia even had the thought of never stepping into the backyard of Ding General Manor again, let alone Jingwan, who was born and raised in the Luo family. Although she had only been in the Luo family for a day or two, she could already understand Sister Wan's mentality of resisting Ding General Manor. Sun Yijia secretly made up her mind. She had to teach her brother a lesson. If he didn't treat Sister Wan well in the future, if he didn't protect Sister Wan well, she would definitely not let him have a good time. Luo Jingbua originally wanted to ask his grandmother what she said to his wife, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. His grandmother wouldn't say anything overboard or unpleasant. Besides, if it was really important, his wife probably wouldn't keep his secret. As expected, the person who came to pick up Sun Yijia was Sun Yilin. Sun Yijia used the time before getting on the carriage to say a few words to Sun Yilin. Luo Jingbua didn't know what his wife said to his brother-in-law, but the usually gentle young master didn't seem to be calm at this moment. The expression on his face was very colorful. At first, he was shocked and didn't dare to believe it, but later, he became excited and happy. At a glance, he knew that he encountered something good that he didn't dare to think about before. Fortunately, Sun Yilin didn't get carried away by the surprise and do something inappropriate. After all, there were so many eyes around now. If he didn't pay attention, this matter would have more twists and turns. Luo Jingbua didn't sit in the carriage with Sun Yijia. Instead, he rode a horse with Sun Yilin. However, he regretted it not long after. It was better to stay in the carriage. His brother-in-law was obviously absent-minded now. He didn't respond when he said a few words to him. At this moment, Luo Jingbua was even more curious about Sun Yijia's words. Perhaps he should take the time to ask? When Sun Yijia returned home, it was naturally very lively. Except for the family of Duke Dinghua's mansion, all the married sisters and brothers-in-law came back. Old Madame Sun also came out in high spirits. The husband and wife were separated. Luo Jingbo was pulled away by a group of men to chat. As for the women, they naturally cared about Sun Yijia. It didn't matter if this concern was sincere or not. However, looking at Sun Yijia's relaxed eyebrows and rosy face, it was difficult to speculate against one's heart that she was not good. Old Madam Sun took Sun Yijia's hand and said a few good words. She was really happy to see such a granddaughter. You talk to your mother privately first, and then go to my place. Old Madam Sun used to be kind on the surface, but in fact, she was cold in her heart. Now, she was more and more consistent. Few people could smile at her. She used to be the best to Sun Yijia and Sun Yilin. Now, it seemed that she was only good to these two siblings. She was indifferent to her son, daughter-in-law, and even her eldest grandson. She was impatient with them. Sun Yibin was arrogant enough. After falling out with Duke Dinghua, he dared to challenge Duke Dinghua. However, in front of old Madam Sun, he was still a good grandson. No matter how many people were jealous of the injustice, they didn't dare to say a word in front of old Madam Sunday. If they annoyed her, she would teach them a lesson. Then, they couldn't expect anyone to plead for them. Duchess Dinghua could see that her daughter was very good, but she still couldn't help but ask. Sun Yijia answered them one by one with a smile. She was really good. She couldn't be better than she was now. Why don't I see the two maids, Red Lotus and LV? Yijia, mother knows that you're unhappy, but you still have to have a sense of propriety. It's far better for you to win them over than to ignore them. Mother has been through this before. Mother, Jingbo, and father are not the same kind of people. Your words of experience don't suit me. Duchess Dinghua was so angry that she wanted to slap her. All men have the same virtue. Even if he treats you well now, he'll talk about it after this period of time. Your face. Duchess Dinghua realized that she had said something wrong and quickly shut her mouth. Sun Yijia's expression turned cold. Mother, I believe that Jingbo is not that kind of person. You don't have to say anything more. I've already given Red Lotus and LV away. The mother and daughter pair had a rather unpleasant quarrel. Sun Yilin didn't test Luo Jingbo with the others. Instead, he went to old Madam Sun's place. Sun Yilin directly knelt in front of old Madam Sunday. Grandmother, you once said that if I have a girl I like, you will help me. Now, I beg you to help me. Although old Madam Sun rarely went out, did she not know the situation outside? No. She knew very well that she could watch coldly from the sidelines under normal circumstances, but when necessary, she would definitely intervene in certain matters. Therefore, she was bound to be clear about the situation outside. The third young lady of the Luo family? Yes, that's a good girl. Originally, they had said that they would pretend to intervene in Sister Judge's marriage first. However, the Sun family had no say in Sister Judge's marriage at all. However, it was a great joy that she was able to get such a good marriage in the end. It was originally impossible between you and the third young lady of the Luo family, but it's different now. This is a good opportunity. Prince Kang's people won't object to it. Even if the Empress prefers the third young lady of the Luo family to be Prince Kang's second consort, from the Luo family's point of view, you are naturally the best choice. I believe the Empress won't be too stubborn. I will go to the palace tomorrow. Thank you, grandmother. Sun Yilin was overjoyed. I will spend my life in this house, in this backyard. If I can see the two of you happy, it will be a consolation. Yilin, I still say the same thing to you as Yijia. If you can get what you want, you should cherish it. Grandmother, don't worry. I understand what you mean. If I can marry the third young lady of the Luo family, I will definitely treat her well. Yes, I believe you. She was too lazy to say a word to those who she knew would not listen to her, even if it was her own son. With her grandmother's help, this matter was basically in the bag. However, Sun Yilin still couldn't help feeling uneasy before the final confirmation. Fortunately, he didn't show his emotions. When Sun Yijia came over, she happened to bump into Sun Yilin, who was about to leave. Sun Yijia's eyes moved and motioned the people behind her to stay away. Fifth brother, did you come to see grandmother alone because of Sister Wan? After getting an affirmative nod from Sun Yilin, Sun Yijia deliberated for a moment. I think it's better to tell you something, fifth brother. Do you still remember when I went to the Luo family that day when you were drunk? Sister once said a lot to me because she was already engaged at that time. There was no need to tell you those things. It's different now. Sun Yijia tried to restore Jingwan's original intention as much as possible. Sun Yilin unconsciously clenched his fists. She's right to be concerned. Ding General Manor is a dangerous place. If possible, I don't want to stay here either. At this moment, Sun Yilin secretly made a decision in his heart. In fact, I think there's an even more important point. Sister Wan is a good person. She's gentle and considerate. Most of the time, she's soft-hearted. However, there are some things that she's colder and more ruthless than anyone else. In my opinion, marrying her isn't the most difficult thing. The most difficult thing is how to win her heart. In terms of feelings, Sister Wan is more rational than ordinary people. She wants Jingbua to treat me well. She wants Jingbua to be a couple with me for the rest of our lives. Fifth brother, do you understand what I mean? Sun Yilin smiled. Little sister, you said it so clearly. If I still don't understand, wouldn't I be too stupid? It's enough for me to wait until she or I are done with our lives and truly adore me when we close our eyes at the end of our lives. Sunny Jiao was stunned. Life was too long. Unforeseen events could happen at any time. Verbal promises could become empty talk. Fifth brother wanted to use his entire life to do this. Even if Sister Wan waited until one of them died to believe that he was faithful, he would gladly endure it. I didn't expect that fifth brother would be so infatuated. Sun Yilin just smiled. Jinwan didn't care about her future husband. If she didn't have any hope in the beginning, then she would be a qualified wife and mother. Other than that, she wouldn't be able to get anything else from her. But if she was given hope in the beginning and her hopes were shattered, then she would be cold to the end. Just as Luo Jingbua thought, under normal circumstances, if you made a mistake that she couldn't tolerate, there might be a possibility of redemption. If you made a promise and then broke it, even if you worked 10 times or 100 times harder, you wouldn't be able to get her forgiveness. Jingwan actually didn't persist much. Really, she only persisted a little. After Sun Yilin left, Sun Yijiao went to see old Madame Sunday. She told old Madame Sun what she didn't want to say to old Madame Sun shyly and happily. A couple for the rest of their lives. That's something that ordinary people can dream of. It's just that their family's conditions don't allow it. If they have money and can afford it, how many men can hold on to it? Grandmother, I believe in Jingbua. Okay. Sun Yijia stayed with old Madame Sun for a longer time. At the homecoming banquet, Luo Jingbua was drunk again and couldn't get up. Sun Yijia was very distressed. She helped him back to his original courtyard and took care of him personally. The two of them didn't leave Duke Dinggua's mansion until the sun set in the west. As for the bad people they met during this period and the bad things they heard, Sun Yijia ignored them all. As for the concubine mother of the concubine who almost tore the 100 birds worshipping the phoenix painting, she begged her to plead with her mother to let her out. Sun Yijia only gave her a sneer. Then he heard her coldly threatening him. She was so ruthless. What would happen if her husband found out? Sun Yijia hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she still stuck to her thoughts. She didn't believe that Jingbua wouldn't stand on her side and really think that she was a ruthless person. Sure enough, after Luo Jingbua knew, he smiled and only said that she was now a member of the Luo family. She didn't need to care so much about her family's affairs. Then, she forgot about the things she wanted to ask before she came. After returning to the Luo family, Sun Yijia saw Jingwan as usual and couldn't help but reach out to touch her head. Jingwan tilted her head slightly and looked at her with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Jingwan made Sun Yijia truly feel that she was only 14 years old. She thought about all the other 14-year-old girls she had met before. What were they like? They were either naive and didn't know anything about the world, or they hid a knife behind a smile and were scheming. Sister One turned out to be an anomaly that people wanted to hold in the palm of their hands. A couple for a lifetime. You'll have one too. Jingwan smiled noncommittally. It seemed that her elder brother was really honest with his wife and told her everything. That idiot didn't grasp the perfect opportunity to win his wife's favor. When they were lovey-dovey, he dragged her, his younger sister, into it. Wasn't that a killjoy? He was really a blockhead. However, it seemed that her best friend and sister-in-law also told her elder brother a lot. What did Sun Yilin promise her? Old Madam's son, who rarely entered the palace, sent a token to the palace early in the morning and asked to see the Empress. Old Madam's son's excuse to the Empress was that she liked the third daughter of the Luo family the first time she saw her. At that time, she wanted her to be Sun Yilin's wife. However, the difference in status between the two was a little big. Moreover, old Madame Luo had already chosen someone for her, so she could only give up. Who would have thought that the third daughter of the Luo family would break off the engagement? Now, all the noble families would take the initiative to ask for a marriage. In this way, she could naturally ask for a marriage for Sun Yilin. She had many grandchildren, but only one she cared about the most. In addition, Sun Yilin's marriage was still uncertain. Now, this one had the same hobby as him. There was no better one. Perhaps this was God's will. Since her own mother had begged her, the Empress naturally could not clench her teeth and not let go. Besides, because of her unspeakable ambition, in fact, her son did not need a good Empress in the future. Being obedient to her was the best. Therefore, in the case that she needed Sun Yilin, why not help Sun Yilin? Mother, I naturally have no problem here, but you should also know that this matter can't be decided by me alone. Old Madam's son had a card up her sleeve. I will ask to see His Majesty later. It's enough for you to let everyone know the purpose of my visit. The Empress's heart moved slightly. As a woman with a title, it was not so easy to see the Emperor. However, looking at her mother's attitude, it seemed that it was not a big deal. As long as she asked for an audience, the Emperor would definitely meet her. Could it be that there was something between her mother and the Emperor that she didn't know about? Therefore, she simply nodded. This is a small matter. In that case, I will take my leave first. Although the Empress was a strong and ambitious woman, she was more or less alienated from her own mother. It was more or less her sore point. It's not easy for mother to enter the palace. Sit for a while more. No, as the master of the harem, the Empress is busy with palace affairs. It's inconvenient for me to disturb you for a long time. The Empress was also very helpless. Her own mother, except for the palace banquet, would probably never enter the palace in her life if there was no matter. When did the relationship between mother and daughter become so estranged? Her father wanted to marry her to Lu Chengdi, who was still the crown prince, and her mother was originally firmly opposed. The two of them quarreled for a long time because of this. Then, she took the initiative to propose that she was willing to marry for the sake of Ding General Manor. From then on, her mother's attitude towards her completely changed. It had been decades. She was the Empress, the mother of the country, but her mother had never changed her attitude towards her. In that case, I won't force you to stay, but I live in a palace and can't go out to see you. Mother, you have to take care of yourself. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will take my leave. At this time, Lu Qingdi had already left the court and was reading the memorials in the imperial study. Old Madam's son was not a person without discretion. After confirming that there were no officials in the imperial study, Old Madam's son asked for an audience. It was the first time for Lu Qingdi's close servant to encounter such a thing, but he didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly reported to Lu Qingdi. After learning the news, the Empress muttered to herself, "Is it really so easy to see her?" She frowned slightly. Her mother was Lu Chengdi's official mother-in-law, but when her father was still alive, the Emperor didn't like him much. From the looks of it, her mother's relationship with the Emperor was not ordinary. However, after so many years, there was no trace of it. Her mother had never asked to see the Emperor before. If it wasn't for Sun Yilin, she was afraid that when her mother was buried, no one would know. Perhaps her mother was the best chess piece, but this chess piece was hidden too deep. Until now, it had only shown a little sign. Even so, it seemed that it was completely out of control and unwilling to be used by them. The feeling of not being able to pick up a good card when it was on the side was really not ordinary. Not long after Old Madam's son entered the imperial study, everyone in the imperial harem got the news. Most people just sighed, but only a few people were surprised. They probably didn't expect that such a person would appear at this time. Go, quickly find out why old Madam of Ding General Manor entered the imperial harem. These people had the intention, and the Empress also had the intention. Naturally, the purpose of old Madam's son entering the imperial harem was soon known. The Empress originally wanted to release some specious news that was more beneficial to her side, but thinking of her mother's temper, she had to give up. She didn't change her attitude towards her own daughter for decades, which showed that she had a hard temper. If she really wanted to help them, she would have revealed something. It was obvious that she didn't want to help them. In this case, if she did something to annoy her, she didn't know what she would do. If she didn't even care about her face, she, as the Empress, would be labeled as unfilial. She would wait to be impeached. If Lu Qingdi wanted to, it was possible that he would take this opportunity to take her position as the Empress. Is it because of Sun Yilin's request to marry the Luo family's third miss? The Empress couldn't make the decision, so she directly went to the Emperor. As soon as this result came out, everyone knew that the others had no chance. If Lu Qingdi didn't intervene, they could fight openly and secretly. Once Lu Qingdi intervened, even if he didn't give an edict, they could only give up. When Li Hanyuan got the news, he was a little surprised. In his previous life, he didn't know what the relationship between old Madam's son and his father was. Sun Yilin and Wan's engagement had nothing to do with it. This was originally a part of his plan, but he didn't want his father to give an edict. This marriage was not so easy to withdraw unless something similar to Sun Yijia happened to Wan. Otherwise, it would be useless to start with Sun Yilin. However, how could Li Hanyuan let that kind of thing happen to Jingwan? Even if he was the one who saved the beauty, he still couldn't do it. I want to know what old Madam's son said to my father in the imperial study. In this way, he had to use the pawns around Lu Qingdi. It should be known that although Lu Qingdi's ability was ordinary, in fact, he kept a close eye on the people around him. Li Hanyuan didn't intend to do anything by placing people around him, but just in case. Once he used them, there was a possibility that Lu Qingdi would find out and remove them. However, Li Hanyuan never worried that Lu Qingdi would find out that they were his people, because it was related to Jingwan. Even if he had to destroy an important pawn, he wouldn't hesitate. Old Madam's son didn't stay in the imperial study for too long and left. Therefore, Li Hanyuan also got the news very quickly. In fact, they didn't say anything important. Old Madam's son only said that she wanted to see Lu Qingdi. She didn't mention a word about the matter between Sun Yilin and Jingwan. Lu Qingdi also said a few words about her health. Although the time was short, the two were quite close. More importantly, Lu Qingdi didn't call old Madam's son mother-in-law or old Madam's son, but aunt. This form of address was particularly thought-provoking. Go and find out what relationship old Madam's son has with imperial grandmother, or whether my father had any special interaction with old Madam's son before he ascended the throne. With a word from the master, the subordinate would run out of legs. This was really not a joke. Think about it. The shortest time was 20 or 30 years ago. If they checked the relationship between old Madam's son and the former empress, they would naturally have to trace it back to before the former empress became the empress, not to mention the time. In all likelihood, they wouldn't find anything in the end. Li Hanyuan thought about old Madam's son's meeting with Lu Qingdi. It was unlikely that she directly asked Lu Qingdi to give an edict to grant her a marriage. When Lu Qingdi ascended the throne, she had never asked for anything. Including the last time when Sun Yijia granted him a marriage, she didn't do anything. It could be seen that she was very sensible. She wouldn't embarrass Lu Qingdi or let Lu Qingdi disgrace Tianwei. Naturally, she wouldn't ask for a marriage. She just wanted others to know Lu Qingdi's attitude towards her. Even if Lu Qingdi knew her purpose, he couldn't deny the fact that she really wanted to see him. He would probably just laugh it off. Even the relationship between the two of them wouldn't be damaged. Old Madam's son was also a person who couldn't be underestimated. After understanding the key point, Li Hanyuan temporarily held back and waited for the next thing. Old Madam's son returned to her house and went back to her courtyard. She directly told the servants that she wouldn't see anyone except Sun Yilin. As a result, Duke Dinghua, Sun Yibin, and Li Hongyi, the grandson of a prince, were all rebuffed. They wanted to persuade her with emotion and reason. They wanted to tell her how serious the current situation was and that they needed her help. However, they couldn't even see her. No matter how much they prepared, it was useless. It was the first time that Li Hongyi had been treated coldly by his grandmother. He was more or less unhappy. However, when he thought about it, even his mother couldn't do anything to his grandmother. What could he do? Li Hongyi had never thought that he had never been close to old Madame Sunday. He had always put on the airs of a prince. Since that was the case, old Madame Sun naturally respected him as a member of the family. If he could be like an ordinary grandson, even if he was cold to the Empress, she would not be cold to him. After all, he was her only grandson. Did he really think that she did not love him? Now that he found that she was useful, he rushed forward. What did he take her for? Naturally, he couldn't blame her for being angry. Therefore, this feeling was really mutual. Since he couldn't see her, he could only think of other ways. As a result, when Sun Yilin returned from the palace, he was stopped by a group of people. Everyone had the same meaning. Your grandmother is waiting for you. Sun Yilin was a member of the inner court, but he wasn't in the imperial study at that time. Therefore, he only knew that his grandmother went directly to the emperor. He was also very surprised. He didn't expect that his grandmother would make such a big move when she did. Sun Yilin probably knew what the current situation was. He could avoid it temporarily. However, he could avoid it for a while, but he could avoid it for a lifetime. Moreover, if he delayed a little, Sun Yibin would probably label him as unfilial. Since they had made up their minds to follow him to see his grandmother, they couldn't let him back down. Sun Yilin followed their wishes. He didn't even change his clothes and went directly to his grandmother's courtyard. The servants guarding the courtyard let Sun Yilin in alone and didn't let anyone else in. None of these people were to be trifled with. Before, they had all shakily locked people outside, but now they didn't dare to do so at all. Old Madame Sun's excuse to send them away was that she was resting. In fact, she was indeed resting. At this moment, she only sent a mother out to pass on a message. Fifth young master, old Madame said that she will find a matchmaker to talk to the Luo family and then prepare for the marriage proposal. As for the specifics, let Madame take care of it. There's no need to disturb her if there's nothing important. Even paying respects will be changed to the 1st and 15th day of each month in the future. Very good. It was obvious that she wanted to block them all outside. Even Sun Yilin was not seen. I'll have to trouble mother to reply to grandmother. Grandson understands. I'll take my leave first. After Sun Yilin finished speaking, he simply left. The others were naturally unwilling to leave like this, especially Sun Yilin. If he could get the support of his grandmother, it would be easy for him to control Duke Dingwa's mansion. He made up his mind and directly rushed into the inner room. No one could stop him. Grandmother, grandson will invite you. Accompanied by the sound of something falling to the ground and breaking. Before Sun Yilin could finish speaking, he saw something smash over. It hit his forehead and blood flowed out. Get out! Even when she saw the blood, old Madame Sun was not moved at all. Sun Yilin couldn't believe it. Even if his grandmother didn't like him very much in the past, she wouldn't hate him, let alone directly hit him. However, before he could speak again, old Madame Sun picked up another thing and smashed it over. Sun Yilin ran out in a hurry and almost collided with the people who rushed in after hearing his voice. When everyone saw his forehead full of blood, they didn't dare to go inside and hurriedly found a doctor. Sun Yilin found Duchess Ding and told her what had happened. Duchess Ding was stunned. After all, she was a woman of the inner house. She had her own affairs to deal with. Naturally, she didn't know about the things in the palace so quickly. Even if a group of people gathered at home, Duke Dingwa was there, she didn't need to do anything. Moreover, this kind of thing was very common. Therefore, she didn't know what had happened until Sun Yilin told her. In the end, she was the last one to know about her son's marriage. Moreover, she was only asked to find a matchmaker to prepare for the marriage proposal. She didn't need to participate in the rest, let alone ask for her opinion. What was this? She was the dignified Duchess Ding, the mistress of the family, but she had been reduced to this. An old madam, after delegating power to her, had never intervened in the affairs of the manor, big or small. She had never intervened in the children's marriage before. Now, she suddenly played such a trick. How could she endure it? Those sisters-in-law would definitely laugh at her secretly. Although Sun Yilin was intelligent, he really didn't know what a woman's mind was. However, when she heard that her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were enemies, the more her son admired and helped his daughter-in-law, the more unhappy she was as a mother. Seeing his mother's expression, he couldn't help but frown. "Mother, do you dislike the third miss of the Luo family so much?" Because of Sun Yilin's words, Duchess Ding almost died of anger. This evil child only thought about that person and didn't care about her feelings at all. "Yes, I don't like her. You won't marry her?" "Mother, don't make trouble. Grandmother is already gone to His Majesty." Duchess Ding gasped, her chest heaving up and down. Oh, look, this was the good son she had raised. He had worked hard for more than 10 years, but he was not as good as an outsider whom she had only met a few times. They were all bastards and ingrates. "Get out of here." "Mother." Sun Yilin had a headache. It was supposed to be a happy thing. Did it have to be like this? Duchess Ding sneered. "Why? Are you afraid that I will ruin your good fortune? Don't worry. Your grandmother said it herself. I don't dare to disobey her even if I have 10 times the courage." Sun Yilin felt tired. He didn't understand why there was a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Why did it have to be like this? "Then I'll have to trouble you, mother. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Chapter 122. Because of Duchess Ding's attitude, Sun Yilin's good mood was disturbed a little, but in general, it didn't affect anything. However, it also strengthened some ideas in his heart. Because Duchess Ding was unhappy, she originally wanted to do it perfunctorily, but after all, it was also related to her son's face and the face of Duke Ding's mansion. In addition, Madame Dowager had facilitated this matter. If she acted carelessly, she might arouse Madame Dowager's dissatisfaction, which would not be good for her at all. However, her good impression of Jingwan suddenly dropped to the freezing point. So what if her son was biased now? After marrying into Duke Ding's mansion, she still had the final say. Wasn't it natural for a mother-in-law to teach and harm her daughter-in-law? Therefore, in the early stage, she still did her best and prepared to show the best attitude of Duke Ding's mansion to let the world see how much she valued her daughter-in-law. In fact, she didn't mean to suppress Jingwan at this time and let her see her identity clearly. At the same time, she also wanted to make the other daughters-in-law jealous. It should be known that in terms of family background, none of them were worse than Jingwan, even if they were the daughter-in-law of a concubine. Now, she was even more valued than the eldest daughter-in-law. How could it be? If Jingwan married into Duke Ding's mansion, she would inevitably be besieged on all sides. Duchess Ding acted very quickly. Every 2 days, the matchmaker would come to the Luo family's house. Originally, in the opinion of Luo Peishan and Madame Luo, even if this matter was handed over to Sun Yilin, it would take some time. However, they didn't expect that Duke Ding's mansion had such a big killer like Madame Sunday. As soon as she made a move, she shocked everyone. Just when a matchmaker was ready to fight, he had to stop angrily. Therefore, Duke Ding's mansion came to propose marriage so fast that it was a little hard for people to react. Putting everything else aside, this was the first time the matchmaker had brought a gift to the Luo family, and it was only to scout the way. This marriage proposal gift was quite expensive. Originally, there were only 30 or so items that represented good luck, but what the matchmaker brought, in addition to the necessary items, there were more than 100 items, and each of them was very expensive. If this was a marriage proposal for the eldest son, or if the Luo family status was very high, this would naturally not be a problem, but it was neither of these. When Madame Luo saw these items, her face darkened. Was this a marriage proposal or a forced marriage? If it weren't for the fact that she still had a trace of rationality left, old Madame Luo would have kicked the matchmaker out along with these things. She had already chosen Sun Yilin. If she drove him out at this time, there would inevitably be new twists and turns. However, the actions of Ding General Manor, or rather, the actions of Duchess Ding, made her have a trace of doubt. Was it really good to marry Wan Wan into such a family? There was no doubt about Wan Wan's ability and means. Moreover, If she was really willing to put down her status to please someone, it was not impossible for her to do so. However, to let Wan break her pride and let her suffer such grievances, old Madame Luo felt very distressed at the thought of it. In fact, the matchmaker was more or less embarrassed. What Duchess Ding did was indeed a little unkind. No matter how much she valued this daughter-in-law, she couldn't make others hate her at this time. No matter how much she held her hand and said that this girl had the support of her mother-in-law after marrying into Duke Dinghua's mansion, she still couldn't agree with her approach. She said a lot of good things in front of old Madame Luo. Old Madame Luo promised to consider it, and then sent the matchmaker out. This was a very normal thing, except for special circumstances such as bestowing marriage. Generally speaking, even if both sides had agreed in private in advance, the matchmaker would still be reserved when proposing marriage for the first time at the Mountain Gate. However, what the matchmaker felt from old Madame Luo was not that the Luo family was reserved, but that she really wanted to consider it. This time, because all parties were paying attention, it was naturally impossible to be as quiet as the first engagement with Chen Jungmin. Moreover, perhaps Prince Kang's people wanted to show off their victory to their opponents, and Duchess Ding deliberately made a big fuss. It was not an exaggeration to say that it made a big fuss in the city. It really seemed like a forced marriage. It should have been a happy thing, but there were few people in the Luo family who were happy. Originally, those servants who were exceptionally happy felt that the third young lady deserved to be their family's third young lady. Even if she had broken off the engagement, there was still someone better. Who was Sun Yilin? He was the first young master in the capital, one of the 4 talents, and a favorite in front of the emperor. His future was limitless. Many young ladies in the boudoir dreamed of him. Then, those who saw through the clues explained it to them, letting them know the twists and turns inside. Some people sighed endlessly, but some people did not care. How many daughters-in-law were not like this? With such a husband and a kind mother-in-law, how could there be such a good thing? How could there be such a good thing? Sun Yijia knew that she had encountered such a good thing. When she found out about this matter, she was so angry that she cried. She lived comfortably in the Luo family, and no one made things difficult for her. Her best sister-in-law had just started to discuss the marriage, and her mother had already begun to plan how to embarrass her. How could she, the daughter in the Luo family, endure it? Didn't it ever occur to her that if she didn't treat her daughter well, she would also treat her daughter badly? Did she even have her daughter in her heart? Sun Yijia could live comfortably in the hands of the elders of the Luo family, including Jingbo's kindness to her. She knew very well that it was more because of Jingwan. It was all because of his love for her. Jingbo saw that she was very close to her, and he also had a place in her heart, but it was far less important than Jingwan. After all, they had only known each other for a short time. At this time, if he were to choose between her and Sister Wan, he would definitely choose her sister. She wasn't jealous because there was nothing to be jealous of. However, when she thought about how her newlywed husband was cold to her, how the originally kind old madam was cold to her, and how even someone like her mother-in-law would show displeasure towards her, Sun Yijia only felt pain as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Her biological mother couldn't bear to see her being good, okay? Moreover, Sister Wan was such a good girl. She couldn't find a second one. Why did she have to target her? Didn't she know that the more she did this, the more her son would be at odds with her? After Sun Yijia saw that Luo Jingbo had returned, she looked at him carefully, afraid to see alienation and disgust in his eyes. Luo Jingbo looked at her quietly for a moment. To be honest, after knowing what Duke Ding's family had done, he was really angry. On one hand, it was his biological sister, and on the other hand, it was his wife, whom he didn't have a deep relationship with. Naturally, he would subconsciously vent his anger. However, on the way back, he was intercepted by someone sent by his little sister. Luo Jingbo reached out and hugged Sun Yijia. "Yijia, you're now a member of the Luo family." His little sister said so. He shouldn't vent his anger on her. She didn't know anything. She was innocent. Sun Yijia hugged Luo Jingbo and couldn't stop crying. She kept apologizing. After all, that was her mother. However, Duchess Ding's wife didn't have a good time either. She didn't expect that she would make a big mistake in a moment of anger. Her son criticized her, and her mother-in-law, who had always been strict but didn't say harsh words, directly scolded her. The most damaging sentence was, "She looked like a kind mother, but her heart was actually more vicious than a stepmother's." Duchess Ding wanted to refute, but she really forgot that her daughter was still living in the Luo family. She was unrepentant. Then, Old Lady Sun told her to get out. Before it was over, she was called into the palace by the Empress. The Empress's tone was as usual, but the content of her words made Duchess Ding feel ashamed and angry. "I thought my sister-in-law was a smart person, but now it seems that I was wrong. You're not only stupid, but also incomparably stupid. Or do you have a grudge against me or my son?" Third Miss Luo's favor, if it was in my son's hands, it might even surpass Prince Rui's. How many people wanted to marry her? It was only because of my mother that those people stopped and gave Yilin the opportunity to get her first. Are you so eager to push her away? Are you eager for someone else to ascend the throne and then eradicate Prince Kang's family? Although Duchess Ding was also very powerful, she only showed on the issue of the inner residence. Her vision of the outside world was still a little low. She didn't expect that a little girl like her could be so capable. Believe it or not, once the Luo family refuses Duke Ding's mansion, there will immediately be groups of people running to the Luo family to propose marriage. No matter what method you use, you'd better do it beautifully and make the Luo family happy. If the Luo family refuses the marriage, you don't have to sit in the position of Duchess Ding anymore. Duchess Ding naturally didn't dare to neglect it. However, at the same time, her bad impression of Jingwan directly evolved into hatred. If it weren't for her, her son wouldn't have been at odds with her. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Moreover, a girl stirred up a storm. She didn't know her place. How could she have a good family? But no matter what in her heart, Duchess Ding still made a good gesture and personally raised the Luo family. Her attitude toward Jingwan was even closer than that of her own daughter. Jingwan just kissed and smiled the whole time. Duchess Ding kept saying that she really did it because she valued it, but she didn't expect that it would cause a bad result. She also said that she didn't think it through, and so on. Madame Luo had discussed it with Luo Peishan in private. Moreover, Luo Peishan had also met Sun Yilin in private and got his guarantee. In this way, Madame Luo reluctantly agreed. Duchess Ding finally breathed a sigh of relief. In order to settle this matter as soon as possible, she went to the Luo family to send the gift the next day. This time, there was no problem. Although the gift was richer than that of ordinary people, it was also suitable for Jingwan's identity. It could be regarded as a well-behaved gift. Because the time was tight, the goose used was also a wooden goose. Then, they exchanged the marriage invitation. After the marriage was settled, the rest of the matter was basically settled smoothly. The happiest person was Sun Yilin. His heart seemed to have been put into practice. However, during the whole process, Jingwan was the most unperturbed. She was terrifyingly calm. Chapter 123. Jingwan and Sun Yilin's marriage was confirmed. Even if the Luo family completely sided with Prince Kang's faction, many people would sigh and wring their hands. Naturally, there would be some who gnashed their teeth in hatred. If they lost after many battles, they might not be reconciled, but they would not be so sullen. In this way, not only Li Hongyuan wanted to know the relationship between old Madame Sun and Lu Qingdi, but others also wanted to know. They were bound to find out the truth. Li Hongming clenched his fists. Except for the third master of the concubine's family, no one else in the Luo family had any contact with his good brother's faction. It was not so easy to integrate into them. The original people ostracized him because he would share the benefits with them. And Luo Peishan did not rely on himself, so he might not be willing to get involved. In this way, he might be able to reverse the situation. Not to mention other things. Since Third Master Luo dared to come to his door, he could not retreat at this time. Once this strategy of sowing discord was used well, it would be a great weapon. Perhaps it could make the enemy fall apart without spending a single soldier. Luo Jingying was still resentful of Jingwan's good luck. She broke off the engagement once and still had a good marriage that all the girls in the capital were envious of, but she could not express it at all. At this time, she received something from outside. It was a set of expensive head ornaments. Although Luo Jingying did not know the specifics, at least it was comparable to one of the 12 sets of head ornaments of Sunny Jia, and there were a total of 18 pieces. Luo Jingying touched them one by one and liked them very much. Then she found her most beautiful clothes and put the whole set of head ornaments on her body one by one. However, she was very dissatisfied with the result. In her opinion, this dress was really too shabby and did not match the head ornament at all. Sunny Jia's dowry had a lot of good materials, such as moonlight silk, peacock silk, and mermaid muslin. Moreover, there was more than one bolt. However, Miss Sun, who was once famous in the capital, was as stingy as that bitch Luo Jingwan. Miss, this head ornament is very beautiful. Luo Jingying slammed it down and turned around to look at her etiquette instructor. The etiquette instructor hurriedly tried to take it down. She was both terrified and angry. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to come in? If this kind of private exchange was found out, even if she didn't die, she would lose a layer of skin. Young lady, don't panic. This servant will definitely not tell anyone about this, including Madam. This servant is here to serve Mississippi. We are one body. The etiquette instructor approached her unhurriedly. Yes, it's really beautiful. It's perfect for you. She only lacked a piece of clothing. However, she already had such a good head ornament, so why would she be afraid of not having enough clothes? However, shouldn't Miss thank that infatuated person for such an expensive item? Luo Jingying's panic turned into shyness. But, Nanny, I have nothing. How can I thank him? Miss, how can you not have anything? You have the most precious thing in the world, and that is yourself. The etiquette instructor said meaningfully, Miss, you should at least meet him and thank him in person. Speaking of this, Luo Jingying was a little discouraged. But grandmother won't let me go out. If Miss really wants to go out, this servant has a way. It just depends on whether Miss dares to do it. Luo Jingying's eyes lit up immediately. Why wouldn't I dare? Nanny, tell me quickly. It's actually very simple. You just have to return a piece of clothing and go out from the back door. This servant is very familiar with the woman guarding the back door. Nanny, I want to go out. I want to go out now. Don't be anxious. Mississippi, wait until tomorrow morning. This servant will send a message out first today, so that Miss won't waste time tomorrow. But Nanny, how can you send the message? Luo Jingying also knew that the prince's mansion was not so easy to get close to. Last time, she was in a daze, so she didn't ask him how to send the message. The etiquette instructor smiled carelessly. According to that infatuated person's attitude towards Miss, he will definitely leave someone outside the mansion to keep an eye on Miss's movements. Therefore, this servant only needs to go out and find him. Is what Nanny said true? Luo Jingying asked somewhat excitedly, feeling very sweet in her heart. The etiquette instructor nodded with certainty. Then I'll have to trouble you, Nanny, Luo Jingying said with a particularly sweet smile. It's my duty. After saluting, the etiquette instructor left. Oh, a simple, ignorant, and stupid girl. She was blindly immersed in her illusory love and couldn't see the current situation clearly. The Luo family was already tied to Prince Kang's boat. Anyone with half a brain should know that if they continued to be entangled with Prince Rue, they would definitely suffer. Don't think that nothing will happen. Prince Rue's purpose was so obvious. Once he succeeded, how could he hide it? Until now, Luo Jingying thought that she had hidden it well. Even if one or two people around her knew something, they didn't know who the other party was. However, she was just a servant who was following her master's orders. However, it was obvious that Prince Rue was favored, but the Luo family was forced to be tied to Prince Kang's side. However, it didn't matter. Prince Rue hadn't given up yet. At worst, he would only protect the third branch in the end. So what if the third branch became the backbone of the Luo family? At the same time, Third Master Luo, Luo Romping, also secretly received a gift from Prince Rue. It was 100,000 taels of silver and a gorgeous dagger inlaid with several gems. Coercion and temptation were so simple and crude. Luo Rongbing was very clear that in this family, there were many things that his father would only tell his eldest brother. Now that the Luo family was in a struggle for the throne, it was reasonable to say that as a member of the Luo family, he should follow the family's footsteps without hesitation. However, it would be extremely difficult for him to get away from Prince Rue's side. Not only that, his father didn't think highly of him at all. It seemed that it would be the same whether he was there or not. Moreover, he had spent so much effort on Prince Kang's people before, but it basically didn't work. But now, it seemed that Prince Rue wanted to put him in an important position. Should he choose to unite with the family and continue to be disliked? Even if the Luo family had the merit of ascending to the throne in the end, he might be mediocre for the rest of his life. Or should he choose to sever ties with the family and be put in an important position, gambling on a brilliant future? Luo Rongbing quietly looked at the things on the table. He didn't think too much and put them away. Obviously, he chose selfishness and turned his back on the family. Apart from a few people who knew about it, the Luo family and many outsiders thought that Luo Peishan was forced to board Prince Kang's ship. However, Luo Rongyun still had a faint suspicion that the source of this matter might be his father. He considered his daughter and chose Sun Yilin. This thought didn't just appear in his mind. It was as if it had taken root. After all, his father had just talked about this problem, and the matter was basically settled a day or two later. It was too much of a coincidence. The imperial court was also not calm. It was because the old minister of the Ministry of Personnel was preparing to resign after the examination, just as everyone expected. As expected, he formally handed in a memorial to resign. Lu Qingdi rejected it twice, but finally approved it on the third memorial. The Ministry of Personnel was the head of the 6 ministries, and the Minister of Personnel was the head of the Ministry of Personnel. That was a real high position and power. Who knows how many people were eyeing a fat piece of meat? Li Hongming originally wanted to take Luo Peishan as his subordinate and push him to the position, but now there was an unforeseen event. Although he hadn't given up yet, he was hesitant about whether to push him or not. After all, the current Luo family's third young lady was only engaged to Sun Yilin. There was still a year before the Luo family's marriageable age. Moreover, the Luo family may not wait for her to marry. In such a long time, anything could happen. In order to win Luo Peishan's trust, Prince Kong and the others were running with all their strength. If Prince Rue pushed him again, it was basically a sure thing. The Gong Prince's people could only watch helplessly. Moreover, there was a possibility that Luo Peishan could be used by him. So, should he take this bet or not? Li Hongming gathered all his aides and discussed all aspects in detail. Although imperial concubine, Su didn't have the ambition to take power like the Empress, her wisdom couldn't be ignored. Therefore, Li Hongming also asked for her opinion. Pushing Luo Peishan up was very risky, but if Li Hongming's plan succeeded, it could bring huge benefits. More importantly, Li Hongming didn't have a more suitable candidate in his hands. The people who were qualified to sit in that position held more important positions. He couldn't just give up the benefits that he had been working on for several years for a position that he hadn't obtained yet. Finally, he decided to push. Because he was already in a quagmire, Luo Peishan didn't have so many concerns. He was no longer leisurely in the court. He rarely spoke except for his own duties. He became active. At this time, people also saw the power of the minister of the Ministry of Rights. He was knowledgeable and talented. His mouth was like a sword. Many times, he hit the nail on the head. Those who debated with him were likely to be angered to the point of vomiting blood and dying in battle. Sitting high on the dragon throne, Emperor Lu Qingdi cast sidelong glances at him. He didn't expect that Minister Luo, who usually looked very elegant and undisciplined, was actually a fierce general. Emperor Lu Qingdi asked Luo Peishan to stay and talk. The monarch and his minister had a heart-to-heart talk. Luo Peishan was frank. When he didn't want to be involved in a dispute, he naturally had to keep a low profile. When he had no choice, he naturally didn't hide anymore. He didn't want to do anything else, but he wanted to increase the confidence of his descendants. Otherwise, there would always be some people who wanted to bully them. As long as he was still alive and an official, he absolutely couldn't ignore it. Naturally, the news that Jingwan was bullied by Duchess Ding would not reach Emperor Luqingdi's ears. Emperor Luqingdi thought that the younger generation of the Luo family might have a dispute with others and suffered losses. Luo Peishan's attitude also clearly told Emperor Luqingdi that he was aiming for the position of the Minister of the Ministry of Rights. As for increasing the support of Prince Kong, it was inevitable. In order to push Prince Kong to the throne, he would do his best. Now it was up to Emperor Luqingdi whether he wanted to suppress Prince Kong or not. Luo Jingying's etiquette instructor was right. There were people of Li Hongming near the Luo family. She just pretended to be looking for someone, and someone directly came to find her. However, the expected date was not agreed. Instead, it was pushed back another day. It was because yesterday, Emperor Luqingdi asked the courtiers to submit memorials to recommend the candidate for the position of Minister of the Ministry of Rights today. If there was no accident, the result would be out tomorrow. At this time, Li Hongming had no time to deal with Luo Jingying. However, they probably didn't expect that their words and deeds were clearly heard and seen by a third party. Sure enough, in the morning court the next day, Emperor Luqingdi followed the courtier's opinion. Luo Peishan was popular, and Emperor Luqingdi didn't shy away from saying this point. Then he appointed the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights to temporarily manage the Ministry of Rights. If he did well, he might directly take over the position of Minister of Rights. If he didn't do well, he would naturally choose someone else. It was only then that Prince Kang's people realized that Prince Rui's side did not appear weak because they did not have a candidate. Instead, it was because most of them had recommended Luo Peishan, and they had even more memorials than Prince Rui's side. What did this mean? After the court ended, before Prince Kang's people could say anything, people on Prince Rui's side had already congratulated him one after another. And from the looks of it, they were sincerely happy and didn't seem to be faking it at all. Li Hongyi was originally a rather impulsive person. This scene was simply like poking a hornet's nest. Before the crowd dispersed, Li Hongyi directly glared at Luo Peishan fiercely and then left in a huff. Li Hongming walked to Luo Peishan with a smile on his face. Lord Luo, congratulations. Eldest imperial brother has always been like that. Don't be offended by him. Luo Peishan faintly agreed. He thought that Li Hongming might not give up so easily, but he didn't expect him to do it so thoroughly. He completely gave up the position of Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and so blatantly drove a wedge between him and Prince Kong. But because it was too open and above board, the effect was indescribably good. Not to mention Li Hongyi, even many of his strategists looked at him strangely, wondering if this had been planned long ago. On the surface, they had taken refuge with Prince Kong, but in private, they had already colluded with Prince Rui in order to push Luo Peishan to the position of Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Li Hongming was very satisfied with this result. It was better than he expected. His decision was indeed correct. He couldn't be more clear about Li Hongyi's character. Even if Li Hongyi was aware of his intentions, he was afraid that Luo Peishan would still have a knot in his heart. It would be impossible for him to trust Luo Peishan wholeheartedly. Then, the effect of Luo Peishan would be greatly reduced or even counterproductive. If this happened too many times, it would be strange if Luo Peishan's heart didn't turn cold. At that time, he would let bygones be bygones and treat him with respect. The possibility of him working for him wasn't too high. In this short period of time, he had seen the power of Luo Peishan. With the help of his position as Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he would definitely be like a tiger that had grown wings. Li Hongming's mood was very good, very good. Seeing him like this, Prince Kang's people's suspicion deepened. Luo Peishan sighed in his heart. He had underestimated Prince Rui. Although it was said that one could only gain by giving up something, there were some things that were not so easy to give up. However, Prince Rui just gave it up. Prince Kong was far inferior to this scheming and courage. It was no wonder that Prince Rui was favored. It wasn't that easy to add chips to Prince Kang's chips. Lord Luo, Diwu Taiqing, stepped forward. It was obviously a joyous occasion for his old rival, but he couldn't feel happy. He didn't believe that Luo Peishan was a two-faced person. It could only be said that Prince Rui's methods were outstanding. Moreover, Lu Qingdi's skills as a ruler had reached perfection. If Lu Qingdi hadn't said who recommended Luo Peishan, most people probably would have thought that Luo Peishan was recommended the most. No one would know that the number was so high, and no one would think to check it out. After all, this memorial was directly presented to Lu Qingdi without going through the cabinet. Lord Diwu. Luo Peishan returned the greeting. He was not in a mood to bicker with Diwu Taiqing. I'm afraid that I won't have a chance to appreciate flowers with Lord Luo in the future. First, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was much busier than the Minister of the Ministry of Rights. Second, you, a neutral person, went to flirt with Prince Kang's people. Did you want to tell everyone that you, the Minister of the Supreme Court, were also going to rely on Prince Kang? What hurt Diwu Taiqing the most was that he couldn't go to the Luo mansion anymore. How many times did he have to see those treasures? How could he live? Luo Peishan glanced at him indifferently. He was unhappy, so he didn't want others to be happy. My third daughter's tricolored peony has bloomed. Diwu Taiqing couldn't help but rub his beard. Lord Luo, you're really not kind. Was there such a temptation? It was too much. Huh. Luo Peishan put on a fake smile. How am I not kind? I'm just reporting a small matter. For people who didn't like flowers, it was definitely a small matter. But for people who were crazy about flowers, the temptation was no small matter. Not to mention Diwu Taiqing, the other people who hadn't left were all itching to beat him up and let him show off. Lord Luo is now the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Although it's just a transfer, it's actually a promotion. It's a joyous event worthy of celebration. Why don't we meet at the Luo mansion after we leave the Yamen and have a drink with Lord Luo? The Grand Secretary said. Grand Secretary's words are very reasonable. One by one, they echoed. There were people from all factions in this group, so there was no need to worry about them getting together to discuss anything. They were just here to drink. Of course, the ulterior motive wasn't the wine. Luo Peishan's face darkened. He stared daggers at Wan Rui's Hong. Unfortunately, the Grand Secretary was thick-skinned. He was full of smiles and didn't move. Luo Peishan had been killing people in the imperial court recently, but that didn't mean he had no opponents. He felt a lump in his throat. Tomorrow. He really wasn't in the mood today. Then it settled. The Luo family didn't know what happened after the morning court, but everyone knew that Luo Peishan was now the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Few people in the Luo family, from the masters to the servants, were unhappy. Wang Madam even made the decision to give every servant an extra month's salary. Chapter 124. Luo Peishan just shook his head and didn't say anything. He didn't want to do anything, so he asked someone to call Jingwan and went to the greenhouse. When Luo Peishan was tinkering in the greenhouse, Jingwan came. She changed into simpler clothes and didn't wear anything on her wrist. She was as usual. Luo Peishan didn't know if she really didn't care, or if she kept everything in her heart. At the same time, Luo Peishan felt sorry for Jingwan, but at the same time, he was inexplicably angry. If she really didn't care, how could those who cared about her endure it? They all wanted her to be well, but she was indifferent. Why were they so busy? If she just hid it in her heart, why couldn't she say it out loud? They were all her family. Even if she didn't want them to worry, didn't she know that the more she didn't say anything, the more worried they would be? At least let them know what she was thinking, so they wouldn't be like headless flies. Feeling the coldness emitted by Luo Peishan, and it was obviously directed at her, Jingwan was a little confused. Grandfather, did your granddaughter do something wrong? These words completely ignited Luo Peishan's anger. He caught Jingwan and scolded her. Not to mention Jingwan, the servants serving by the side were all stunned. But listening to his words, it didn't seem like he had offended third young lady. An alert maid hurried to the main courtyard. Hearing the maid's words, Madame Luo hurried to the greenhouse, only to hear, "You're good to this person, good to that person, good to this person, good to that person, meticulous to that person. Why don't you treat yourself better? You're 14 years old now, not 41. What you need is the naivety of a girl. You should have expectations for the future. Even if you have seen through the world, it is not now. You will have to go through a long process of decades. If a little girl wants to go all the way in one step, what do you need us old things for? As your closest relatives, are we not worthy of your trust? Do you have to shoulder everything by yourself? After venting his anger, Luo Peishan's anger subsided a little. Seeing Jingwan standing there with her head lowered and tears in her eyes, he still felt sorry for her. This child's thoughts were too heavy. It was true that she was open-minded, but because she cared too much about the people she cared about and didn't care about herself, sometimes it felt like she was being deliberate. Although Luo Peishan knew that she was absolutely sincere, these things bound her, and she couldn't be truly open-minded. If the shackles were removed, she would be able to live a more unrestrained and flamboyant life, and her life would be more colorful. It had to be said that Luo Peishan was indeed shrewd with age. The time he spent with Jingwan was not long, but he had already accurately identified the problem with Jingwan. Madame Luo, who originally thought that something had happened, slowly approached. Wan. Jingwan hurriedly wiped away her tears. She subconsciously didn't want her grandmother to worry. This child, you're always like this. Your grandfather is right. If you want to cry, just cry. There's no need to hold it in. She glanced at the surroundings. Everyone disperse. What are you all doing here? The servants, whether far or near, hurriedly left. Even the people who served them consciously moved away, leaving only the three of them. Luo Peishan quietly looked at Jingwan for a moment, then continued. The rise and fall of the Luo family doesn't need you to worry about. How incompetent am I, Luo Peishan, to have to rely on my granddaughter to maintain the family's glory? If the Luo family really falls, then it can only mean that the Luo family's luck has come to an end. It wasn't clear whether it was because of the words of the two, or because Jingwan really couldn't stop her tears. At least grandfather and grandmother have treated me too well. Granddaughter has nothing to repay them with. Besides, as a member of the Luo family, I should do something. Silly child, it's enough that you have the heart. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. They have to experience ups and downs. You can't completely reject everything just because you want to reject a certain taste. If you wrap yourself up tightly, perhaps your life will be smooth sailing, but this life will be dull and tasteless. When you're old and look back, you'll find that there's nothing worth remembering. Wouldn't that be too much of a pity? In fact, grandmother sometimes even hopes that you can taste some pain and bitterness. Although it will make us, as your elders, feel distressed, it's better than not having any hope for the life you clearly hope for. You can completely look forward to that kind of life. If you don't even want to try, how can you be sure that you won't get it? Also, whatever you think in your heart, you can tell grandmother. Even if it's a betrayal, grandmother won't blame you. If you feel wronged, you can also vent it out. In the past, when they were in Qian Prefecture, because it didn't involve marriage, Madame Luo naturally didn't see anything wrong with Jingwan. However, after these 2 marriages, she realized that Jingwan was a little abnormal. Although she didn't have to be shy when talking about marriage, nor did she have to be heartbroken when the marriage was annulled, nor did she have to be worried when her future mother-in-law showed displeasure. It was really abnormal that she didn't have any reaction at all. Jingwan cried a good time and felt a lot more relaxed. Perhaps she could live a more free and easy life. When Jingwan calmed down, she also realized that grandfather probably didn't just get promoted to Minister of Rights today. He probably encountered something else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said these words to her in such a furious manner. Grandfather, did something else happen today? Luo Peishan sighs. He turns around and fiddles with an evergreen tree beside him. That Prince Kong can't be helped. He briefly told what happened after the morning court. Although he was schemed against by Li Hongming, he didn't say that Li Hongming did anything wrong. If it weren't for the support of the Empress and the Sun family, he would have been schemed to death. If he ascends the throne, in the future, most of the power will be controlled by the relatives of the emperor, and the imperial harem will interfere in politics. The imperial harem interfering in politics? Grandfather, do you mean the current empress and the future empress dowager? Luo Peishan glanced at her. So, this good granddaughter was really impeccable in other aspects except that she was a little ruthless sometimes. This can't be, right? It should be known that in the previous dynasty, the imperial harem interfering in politics was a very serious matter. In the Qi Yuan dynasty, the Li family controlled the river, and the imperial harem was not allowed to interfere in politics. It was directly included in the ancestral precepts of the Li family. The current empress was the daughter-in-law of the Li family. How could she have the courage to challenge the ancestral precepts? Grandmother, there is no such thing as will or won't. It all depends on who has the right to speak. In my opinion, if Empress Sun only wants to be the behind-the-scenes ruler after her son ascends the throne, her ambition is still a little small. At this time, even Luo Peishan looked at Jingwan with some surprise. Jingwan smiled. In my opinion, if Empress Sun replaces Li Xing, she will be the real powerful one. It's true that you dare to think about it, but others don't dare to think about it. Luo Peishan clicked his tongue. Whether the Empress has the intention of interfering in politics in the future is still uncertain. However, her ambition is definitely not as great as what you said. She probably has never thought about it. Luo Peishan stroked his beard. So, the Empress' ambition is still a little small. Jingwan smiled and said nothing. It was not that she dared to think about it, but that in the history of her previous life, there was an empress who was a real ambitious person. She was domineering and powerful, and she was ruthless. There were also queens of other countries, female presidents, female prime ministers, and many other outstanding and great women. They were all good. In her view, there was no such thing as a woman born to be weak and become a vassal. Therefore, she did not feel that the Empress' ambition was a big deal. The problem now is that it is not so easy for me to help Prince Kong wholeheartedly. If it is as you think, grandfather, then the Empress will deal with Prince Kong. The reason why Prince Rui's scheme was so successful was that he grasped the characteristics of Prince Kang's temperament. The Empress is not so easy to be tricked. Moreover, if the Empress interferes too much, it will inevitably arouse the disgust of the other courtiers who support Prince Kong. After all, there are big and small contributions to the ascension of the emperor. Although Ding General Manor is the leader, the Sun family can't take all the benefits. Therefore, it is normal for the same faction to compete for benefits. I am now the Minister of Personnel Affairs. After I squeeze in, I will certainly share the benefits of many people. Then, it is normal for them to take advantage of what happened today to fan the flames in front of Prince Kong. Jingwan thought for a while and said, "In this case, grandfather, you can do your best. If you can't do it, you can do as they wish and really switch sides to Prince Rui's faction. If so, what will you do in the future, girl? You can't wait until then to break off the engagement with Sun Yilin, right? In the entire capital, there was probably no other person like Sun Yilin who was willing to keep his hands clean despite having such a high status. When Prince Rui ascends the throne, even if he can't get rid of the Sun family, Ding General Manor is bound to cease to exist. At that time, it is not impossible for you to return, but that is not what your grandmother and I want to see. Then protect Sun Yilin together. If he has integrity and insists on living and dying with Ding General Manor, then before that, if he did not do anything wrong to me, I can wait for him for a lifetime. If there is a child between us, I will do my best to raise him." After a pause, she continued, "Grandfather, a woman doesn't have to rely on a man to live a lifetime, and it doesn't mean that she is happy to have a man who is good to her. A woman's heart doesn't necessarily belong to the small world in the backyard." At this moment, Luo Peishan finally understood that his good granddaughter was really not a person who cared about love. A man for a lifetime was just her ideal marriage. If she got it, she would be lucky. If she didn't, she would never force it. Grandfather is very happy that you can say these words. Grandfather, you are not qualified to be a scholar official. This Lord Luo's respect for women did not seem to belong to this era. I can only say that grandfather once met a very special woman, and she has a great influence on grandfather. Jingwan immediately glanced at her grandmother with a gossipy look. What nonsense are you thinking? It's not what you think. That person is His Majesty's little aunt, Princess Heong. Chapter 125. It would be a lie to say that Jingwon wasn't surprised when she heard her grandfather mention Princess Heong. However, based on what she knew about Princess Heong from the books and what Nanny Gong said, if her grandfather had really interacted with her before, then it wouldn't be strange for a feminist princess to change her grandfather's view of women. It's true that Princess Heong has been criticized in many places, but it's undeniable that she's a heroine who is not inferior to men. Luo Peishan said with a hint of admiration. It seemed that he regarded her as one of his colleagues in the court and did not have any romantic feelings for her. Yin Yang's charm was still there. When grandfather met her, she was probably still young. Naturally, her charm was incomparable. Grandfather was not bewitched by her, but at the same time, he was deeply influenced by her. TSK. Should it be said that Lord Luo was very moral, and his ability to accept certain things was also very strong? Jingwon felt that if her grandfather were to throw her into her previous life, she would definitely be able to get along like a fish in water in a short period of time. However, did her grandfather know that Princess Heong was the boss behind Rouge Pavilion? Jingwon did not know what to say. After all, it was not something she should know. Jingwon felt that Nanny Gong seemed to know too much. When she was in the palace, she was not a simple person. How could such a person be released from the palace? How could she be willing to serve a little girl in a place far away from the capital? How did grandfather meet Princess Heong? Princess Heong is still alive and is in Qiyuan. Whether it's a rumor or a history book, it's not the truth. According to Princess Heong herself, after she killed the king of the Northern Han Kingdom, she took advantage of the chaos and escaped alone. However, she was seriously injured. As for how she returned to Qiyuan later, she never told me. Do you know where she is now? I don't know. I haven't seen her since that time. When was that? Jingwon was curious. More than 20 years ago, just before the foreign officials were transferred to the capital. Grandmother, did you see Princess Heong at that time? It was reasonable to say that her grandmother should have been familiar with Princess Heong on the eve of her marriage. However, Princess Heong was still young at that time. When Princess Heong was most energetic, her grandmother should have left the capital with her grandfather. Madame Luo seemed to recall something and smiled. I saw her once. She was dressed in men's clothes and looked very capable. However, she didn't hide the fact that she was a woman. She was surrounded by a group of maids and guards. The men were handsome and the women were pretty. They were really good looking. At that time, there was also a lecher who took liberties with a good girl. She was a hero for once. Although she was a woman, she did all the things a man would do. She went to brothels and casinos, and she was generous with her money. She was like a playboy. Probably because she was a woman, she knew how to please women. Even if you could tell she was a woman at a glance, there were still many girls who were attracted to her. It was said that there was a courtesan who was desperate for her and made a big scene. But your grandfather should be the clearest about this. Madame Luo glanced at Luo Peishan with a hint of ridicule. After all, at that time, your grandfather was dragged out for drinks by Princess Heong every few days. Grandmother, aren't you angry? This woman had dragged her husband out for a drink. She was a womanizer with a bad reputation who had countless men. Grandfather was also in his middle age at that time and was also very charming. Wasn't she worried that Princess Heong would seduce him? It would be a lie to say that I wasn't angry at all. However, after many times, I wasn't angry. Because every time your grandfather was dragged out by Princess Heong, he came back cleaner than his colleagues who came back from social activities. He was never drunk and didn't have a smell of cosmetics on him. He came back early, and from time to time, he would bring some interesting things back. I didn't see him so pleasing before. Madame Luo looked at Luo Peishan with a faint smile. Luo Peishan blushed. However, he was wondering why his wife didn't have any reaction at that time. It turned out that she had already noticed some clues. I asked intentionally or unintentionally. Only then did I know that Princess Heong said something like, "This thing may belong to sister-in-law." It turned out that this pleasing Princess Heong. After Princess Heong leaves, your grandfather will become a blockhead who doesn't know how to have fun again. Alas, If grandmother Yuning hadn't married, maybe she would have fallen in love with Princess Heong. Luo Peishan's face darkened. Was he almost stolen by a woman unknowingly? Then he saw his wife's expression. Was he being teased by his wife? Forget it. How could a man argue with her? Princess Heong is knowledgeable and has a strong memory. She repeatedly looked for your grandfather probably because your grandfather was also talented and had some like-minded interests. Moreover, no matter how manly Princess Heong is, she is still a woman. Only a woman can see her clearly. Her heart is for women. If your grandfather is a fickle man, then he either has no connection with Princess Heong or he has died in her hands. Well, in those unofficial histories, it seemed that there was no mention of Princess Heong having an affair with a married man. Princess Heong might be a playboy, but she had a bottom line. She wouldn't touch a married man. On the contrary, if such a man offended her, his life might be in danger. It would have been better if Madame Luo didn't mention it. Once she did, Lord Luo's face darkened. He remembered that Princess Heong once wore women's clothes and tried to seduce him. When he failed, she even threatened him. After he refused her righteously, Princess Heong laughed wildly. It said that Lord Luo is a gentleman. It's true. She lifted the pink gauze curtain. Then, while Lord Luo's face darkened, there was also a bit of fear. This was because there were poisonous snakes crawling out from all sides of the bed. If he was really tempted onto the bed, he would definitely be bitten to death by the poisonous snakes. Princess Heong was disliked by countless men, but more men were crazy about her and were willing to be her guests. She was disliked by countless women, but more women were envious of her unrestrained style. Jingwan's eyes moved slightly. Princess Heong was indeed enviable, including Jingwan. Of course, they were not envious of her powerful harem, but they were not restrained in such a social environment. But it was enough to be envious. It was the right time, the right place, and the right people that created such a Princess Heong. She couldn't be replicated. If other women had thoughts that they shouldn't have, would they want to die? Or would they want to die? Luo Peishan coughed softly. I've said so much about what should and shouldn't be said. Third girl, you're a smart child. You should know your grandfather and grandmother's intentions. I understand. I've disappointed your good intentions in the past. I won't do it again in the future. It's good that you understand. Come, little girl, come over and tell me. The situation of the flowers seems to be different from the flowers you wrote. What's going on? Perhaps it was because he knew Jingwan's true thoughts. Luo Peishan cared less about what happened during the day. If you, Prince Kong, really didn't care, I, Luo Peishan, wouldn't have shamelessly approached you. If you annoy me, I'll really go against you. You're not the emperor, so I'm not afraid of you. If there was an accident in the future, he could always find a way to protect his granddaughter. As for his grandson-in-law, he would see the situation when the time came. Madame Luo saw that Luo Peishan's frown disappeared, and Wanwan seemed to be more beautiful, so her heart seemed to be relieved a lot. Seeing the grandfather and grandson together talking, she shook her head with a smile and turned back to the main courtyard. Luo Peishan threw a tantrum at Jingwan and caused a big commotion. However, the other masters didn't send someone to inform them. After hearing the news, most of them didn't intend to get involved. When the people who asked about it hurried over, everything was fine. And the people who would ask about it were probably the people from the second branch. Luo Jingbua and Sun Ijia walked in front with anxious expressions. Not far behind them were Luo Rongyin and Madame Zhang. Grandmother, let's go back. It's nothing. Hearing Madame Luo's words, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Grandmother, what's going on? Naturally, your younger sister made a mistake and was scolded by her grandfather. Younger sister can also make mistakes? Luo Jingbua was in disbelief. What are you talking about? Everyone makes mistakes. How can your younger sister not make mistakes? Luo Jingbua smiled dryly. Then, what did my younger sister do wrong? Madame Luo glanced at him. At this time, Luo Rongyin and Madame Zhang also arrived. Madame Luo said faintly, her mistake is that she's not selfish enough. Her mistake is that she only wants to be good to others and not be good to herself. Her mistake is that she wants to deal with everything by herself. Do you think these mistakes are enough? Should she be scolded? Madame Luo's words made them fall silent. Each of them had a strange expression. All right, you can all go back. After speaking, Madame Luo left first. It had to be said that Madame Luo's words had a great impact on them. If these were really Jingwan's mistakes, they might be the source of these mistakes. Because they didn't do enough, Jingwan had to do more. Because they couldn't help her, she had to bear it herself. The most ashamed person was probably Luo Rongyan. As usual, Li Honyuan received Wan's daily news in the evening. Speaking of which, did Li Honyuan not notice the problem with Jingwan? No. Even if he didn't know everything, he more or less knew. However, he didn't care too much. After they got married, he could always let her get used to him treating her well and let her get used to letting him solve any problems. However, now it seemed that his thoughts weren't very good. He could forcefully suppress his jealousy and let Wan get engaged, then break off the engagement, then get engaged again. Even if Wan was different from others, it would still have a big impact. Logically speaking, according to Lu Qingdi's indulgence towards Li Honyuan, it wasn't impossible for him to marry Jingwan as a concubine. However, in reality, that wasn't the case. Li Honyuan knew very well that he wasn't his father's favorite son. Because of his background and temperament, Lu Qingdi didn't like either of them. However, only by doing so could he reduce the guilt and regret in his heart. It was precisely because of this mentality that led to more indulgence. It was simply a vicious cycle. Most importantly, the throne would be given to any of his brothers, so he wanted to compensate him. He wanted to give him the best things besides the throne, including a wife. No matter how outstanding Jingwan was, no matter how important she was, in the eyes of the emperor, she wasn't worth mentioning. If Li Honyuan said that he liked Jingwan, Lu Qingdi definitely wouldn't stop him. It didn't matter whether she was a concubine or a concubine. The position of a concubine? Sorry, don't even think about it. It was just like Li Hongyuan's mother. After she lost her status, even if she was conferred the title of imperial noble consort, Lu Qingdi didn't have the thought of supporting her to be the empress. In fact, Lu Qingdi had a very strong sense of hierarchy in his bones. Moreover, he only accepted the way that he thought was good. He didn't care what his son really wanted. If Li Honyuan said that he wouldn't marry anyone but Jingwan, Li Honyuan wouldn't do anything. However, Jingwan would die. His son, who had always been a playboy, suddenly fell in love. If it wasn't Jingwan, it was the Luo family's problem. The root of the disaster should be removed. Lu Qingdi's love for imperial noble consort was not deep, but it was definitely deep. However, he didn't think of marrying anyone but Jingwan. Because of all these, in order to marry Jingwan, Li Honyuan racked his brains and made all kinds of calculations. Only when there was no choice but Jingwan in the end, Lu Qingdi would accept this daughter-in-law who had a low status. In Li Hongyuan's original plan, it was best to let Jingwan bear the title of Jinx. It wouldn't cause any harm to Jingwan. It just so happened that he was Jinx. These two people had strong 8 characters. If they were together, they wouldn't be jinxed by each other. This was a most gentle way to achieve his goal. Although the result of this method was that he was about to drown in a vat of heat. As for those who had been plotted against by him to be Wan's ex-husbands, whether they were innocent or not, it had nothing to do with him. They had taken advantage of Wan, yet he was still willing to let them live. This was already very merciful. Chen Jingmin and Sun Yilin had bad intentions towards Wan. They weren't innocent at all. In Li Hongyuan's plan, Jingwan still had 2 fiancés. He had already chosen the candidates. However, when he saw Luo Peishan's words on the paper, he suddenly felt distressed. His schemes again and again would only make Wan bear a heavy burden and unhappy. This wasn't his original intention. After a moment of silence, Li Honyuan slowly closed his eyes to hide the madness in his eyes. Forget about it after dealing with Sun Yilin. It was safer to directly drag Wan into his arms. He could also be less jealous. Otherwise, if one day he went crazy and did something crazy, it wouldn't be good. As for his father, it would be best if he was tactful. Let him live out his remaining years in the position of retired emperor. If he wasn't tactful, then he could only send him to reunite with his imperial noble consort. Because of his distressed heart, Li Honyuan threw Master Liaochen's warning into the smelly ditch at this moment. At this time, he didn't have enough power. Once there was a coup d'etat, the various factions would collide head-on. The country would be in turmoil and foreign forces would invade. The people would be plunged into misery and suffering. This was the same as the consequence of not letting him get what he wanted. The degree of tragedy would be far worse than in his previous life. After a moment, Li Honyuan continued to read. The Empress. Li Honyuan couldn't help laughing. In this case, her ambition is really not worth mentioning. In the future, even if I can't let you sit on the throne, I'll let you enjoy the treatment of an empress. This meant that the national treasure's level had been upgraded again. Eunuch Mu trembled when he heard his master talking to himself. He wished he could disappear immediately. He knew so many secrets that he shouldn't know. He was in danger of being killed by his master at any time. Therefore, he didn't dare to have the slightest thought of betraying his master. Also, Miss Luo's empress and whatnot were not ordinary scarce people. After he finished reading, Li Honyuan pondered for a moment. And he asked Luo Peishan if he's going to sleep in the back courtyard or the front study tonight. This prince wants to meet him. Since he had already made the decision to turn the most gentle plan into the most bloody method, then instead of letting Luo Peishan do those useless things, it was better to directly take him under his command. It was enough to focus on controlling the Ministry of Personnel and save the scheming with Li Hongming and Li Hongyi. None of the people around Li Honyuan were stupid. As soon as he said this, they knew that he was going to make a big move. Perhaps because he didn't do proper work after he went to the yamen, Luo Peishan went to the front study after dinner. It was already late at night, but he didn't go to bed. At this moment, he was looking at the relationships between the various positions in the Ministry of Personnel. It had to be said that it was really complicated. Luo Peishan wasn't shocked by this. Firstly, the Ministry of Personnel was too important. Everyone wanted to have a foot in it. Secondly, Luo Peishan had long been ambitious to be the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He had long been secretly exploring the situation in the Ministry of Personnel. Under the candlelight, Luo Peishan gently tapped on the table, thinking about where to start to quickly take control of the Ministry of Personnel. The others were actually fine. The most troublesome thing was that Prince Rue had a temporary position in the Ministry of Personnel. Although he didn't have a specific position, he had a lot of power. He was still a prince. Whatever he wanted to do, he couldn't avoid it. It's late at night. Luo Darren still hasn't rested. You're working so hard. It's really my Qi Yuan's blessing. The sudden voice startled Luo Peishan. Fortunately, he didn't have any heart disease. Otherwise, his illness would have flared up. Looking at Li Honyuan, who swaggered in from the darkness, Luo Peishan subconsciously clenched his fists. At this time, Prince Jin was something he had never seen before. Compared to Lu Qing Emperor, he didn't know how much more powerful the Emperor's aura was. If it wasn't for that face and that voice, Luo Peishan would have thought that this was the resurrection of an emperor like Emperor Taizu. His heart couldn't stop beating faster. He thought that the current imperial court was a fierce struggle between dragons and tigers. With the addition of the Gong Prince, it could barely be considered a tripartite balance. Who would have thought that such a fierce beast was hibernating in the dark? Luo Peishan slowly took a breath, got up, and walked out from behind the desk. This old official greets Wang Ye. No need for formalities. Li Honyuan casually raised his hand and sat down on a chair. Luo Peishan slightly lowered his head. I don't know why Wang Ye has graced us with his presence. Luo Darren, why ask when you already know the answer? In the dim light, Li Hongyuan's eyes were astonishingly bright. Chapter 126. Li Honyuan lightly hooked his lips. His style was boundless, yet his imposing manner was overbearing. Facing him like this, who would dare to say that he only had a bag of skin and nothing else? This was the perfect example of ability and beauty. Okay. Luo Darren flatters me. Luo Darren, please sit. Now, Luo Darren, might as well tell Ben Wang what you think. What I think. Jin Qinhuang did not hesitate to expose himself in front of him. What other thoughts could he have? Could it be that he would allow him to have other choices? Normally, he was already very difficult to provoke. This hidden side of him would only be even more terrifying. Luo Peishan believed that once he rejected him, according to this person's style, his family would be in trouble one after another. He couldn't help but smile. Will Wang Ye still give this old official leeway? If it's others, naturally there won't be, but Luo Darren is different. Even if you reject Ben Wang will not do anything to you. You can even choose to pledge your loyalty to others. In the future, when Ben Wang is in power, Ben Wang will not do anything to the Luo family. At most, Ben Wang will let you enjoy your old age in advance. Luo Peishan's heart slightly moved. What ability does this old official have to let Wang Ye be so tolerant towards the Luo family? Naturally, it's not because of you. No matter what, the Luo family is Ben Wang's future wife's family. I cannot give face to anyone, but Ben Wang's Wang Fei must be given face. Li Hanyuan indifferently said. Luo Peishan's face suddenly changed. Where does Wang Ye's words come from? Your family's third miss. Ben Wang has long seen her. Jin Wang Fei. Other than her, there's no one else. Luo Peishan's face was wooden. He really didn't know what expression to put on. Luo Peishan actually wanted to say, Wang Ye, are you joking? Or did you drink too much wine before coming to the Luo family and your mind is not clear? This old official's granddaughter has an engagement. Luo Peishan's mind turned for a long time before he dryly squeezed out this sentence. Engagement? If she can retreat once, she can naturally retreat a second time. In any case, she can only marry this prince in the end. Luo Peishan clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. This old subject will be so bold as to ask, did His Highness intervene in the previous matter? Chen Zhengmin and Li Ruyu? When Li Ruyu was scheming against Chen Zhengmin, she secretly stopped Chen Zhengmin and didn't let him leave. Li Hanyuan was quite cooperative and answered all the questions. Even his father was not so obedient. Luo Peishan wanted to curse. Sun Yilin was one thing, but why was his grandson being targeted by the king of hell? Marrying anyone would be better than marrying him, right? This old subject's granddaughter has the appearance of a willow tree. She may be a little intelligent, but she doesn't have any great talent. I'm afraid that she is far from being able to enter Prince's eyes. Li Hanyuan looked indifferently at Luo Peishan. Lord Luo, do you think that this prince, like most people, is going to marry her because of the kindness she has maintained? To put it bluntly, even if those people have a limitless future, they are just starting out. Some of them have families behind them that have already sought refuge with others. At most, they will not stand on the opposite side of Wanwan. If they meet that ingrate, Li Hongyuan sneered. Even if marrying her can bring the support of 10 families, this prince still doesn't care about them. If that's the case, how did that girl enter Prince's eyes? Li Hanyuan was silent. He looked at an unknown place and was lost in thought for a moment. When this prince was young, he often dreamed. In the dream, he was an adult, and there was a woman who was very important to this prince. Her surname was Luo, and her name was Jingwan. At first, this prince did not care much, but this dream never stopped. When this prince was 16 years old and was bestowed the title of prince, he investigated the situation of Lord Luo's family. Then, when Wanwan entered the capital and saw her, this prince was 100% sure that she was the woman in the dream. Do you think that this prince would let her marry someone else? Luo Peishan felt that it was absurd and ridiculous, but was there any better explanation than this? Jin Qinhuang had seen Jingwan a few times. Was it worth it for him to calculate like that at the beginning? Prince, forgive this old official for speaking bluntly. This old official's granddaughter is someone who does not rub sand in her eyes. Complicated places are not suitable for her. In this prince's backyard, other than some servant girls, there is no woman with a name. After marrying this prince, only imperial concubine Su can be considered as her proper mother-in-law. Imperial concubine Su treats her daughter-in-law very well. Presumably, you courtiers have heard about it. Even if this prince has many brothers, There is no situation where sisters-in-law live under the same roof. If those women dare to find trouble with her, this prince will naturally make up for it 10 times, 100 times from those brothers. This prince actually does not know who in the entire capital has a more simple backyard than Jinqin Wangfu. Li Honyuan patiently explained. Prince should understand that this old official did not mean it that way. Lord Luo should just say that this prince's reputation is outside. This prince is only a jinx to his wife, not all women. If this prince is not a jinx to all women, would the backyard of Jin Xinwang Fu be so peaceful? AI, this prince has long known that Wan is a small vinegar jar. Luo Peishan understood, but because he understood, his shock could not be concealed. Li Honyuan seemed to dislike that the stimulation he gave Luo Peishan was not enough. He looked at him with a faint expression. Until now, this prince has not hugged a woman. Lord Luo, you say, is it easy for this prince? Luo Peishan was immediately stupefied. Was he hallucinating, or was he hallucinating, or was he hallucinating? What happened to the fickle man who had seen countless women, suddenly turned into a 22-year-old who had not touched a woman and was so pure? Ben Wang painstakingly calculated so much. Isn't it just to marry your precious granddaughter back to warm the bed? Luo Peishan's throat seemed to be stuck, unable to speak for a long time. Actually, he had already fallen asleep, but he had been dreaming. But why was this dream so strange? Quickly wake up, this kind of thing, even if it was a dream, it was disgraceful. Lord Luo doesn't want to say anything. It's quite boring for this prince to talk to himself like this. Luo Peishan fiercely pinched himself. Ouch, it hurts. Lord Luo, for better or for worse, this prince feels pain just looking at you. Damn, it's not a dream. Your Highness, are you keeping your chastity for this old official's granddaughter? What other reason could it be? Your Highness, even if you want to marry this old official's granddaughter, it seems that you don't have to go to this extent. You are a noble prince, the son of His Majesty, and deeply doted on. Not to mention the entire capital. Even the entire Qi Yuan's young ladies will be able to marry anyone you set your heart on. It's really hard to believe that you are doing this. Didn't this prince say that if I knew that Wan is a vinegar jar, this prince wants her body, and even more so, her heart? For her, if I can't be with her for the rest of her life, then there's no need to talk about her heart, right? Luo Peishan's lips wriggled for a moment. Your Highness also has an outstanding beauty to be a Si Fei. The previous 7 princess-to-be have already been settled. What's a Si Fei to be? Li Honyuan was very dismissive. Luo Peishan sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that at least the point of cursing his wife should be true. He even thought that if his granddaughter was related to him and cursed by him, what should he say? In the end, this was also part of his plan. At that time, he hadn't even met Third Miss, but he had already done this. It should be known that those young ladies were all of noble status. If their families found out that everything was Prince Jin's doing, no matter how much His Majesty doted on him, he would peel off a layer of his skin. Your Highness, by doing this, where's this old official's granddaughter? The position of Prince Jin's consort can only be Wan's. Lord Luo, do you understand? Li Hongyuan's eyes were somewhat gloomy. Ben Wang will definitely pull out any obstacles. Even if there's a crime, it will fall on this one's head. Luo Peishan didn't know what Prince Jin dreamed of. Why did Third Miss have such a big influence on him? However, there was one thing that he could be sure of. In the end, his granddaughter could only marry him. Your Highness, why didn't you say so earlier? Wan's marriage didn't need to be so troublesome. After the engagement, you took the trouble to break it up. Why bother? Ben Wang's reputation is not good. If her reputation is good, can she marry Ben Wang? Your reputation is not good. It's all your own design. Who is to blame? Wan and Ben Wang's status is very different. If Ben Wang's reputation is good, can she marry Ben Wang? The previous part was already very clear. You don't need to make a summary statement. Luo Peishan was completely speechless. He also knew that Lu Chengdi valued status. Even if she broke off the engagement with Sun Bing by now, there are many people who want to marry her. Is Wang Ye going to let her be engaged a few more times? No, that's not right. If Wang Ye really had such a plan, he wouldn't appear here, coming to win him over to do things for him. It was just in passing. There are too many people spying on us. So you're jealous? Or are you worried about complications? Wang Ye, it's not to the point where you have no other choice. Why do you want the emperor to agree to you marrying this old official's granddaughter? Ben Wang sits on the throne. Naturally, I don't need to care about whether he agrees or not. His mother, in order to marry his granddaughter, Prince Jean, didn't hesitate to rebel. Wan was actually an enchantress who brought disaster to the country, right? For Wang Ye to do this, aren't you worried that the emperor will be sad? This old official thinks that the emperor knows about your private actions. Perhaps he is even secretly helping you. Are you his designated heir to the throne? Li Honyuan seemed to have heard the funniest joke. He laughed for a long time. His voice was low, but there wasn't the slightest bit of joy. Instead, it was sinister and terrifying. If he knew, he would probably eliminate Ben Wang at all costs. Impossible, Luo Peishan subconsciously retorted. The emperor's love for Prince Jean wasn't fake. Why else would it be called unpredictable? In a flash, there was a smile that was particularly bewitching. Luo Darren, let me tell you a secret. This secret, other than Ben Wang, only Fu Huang and Gui Fei Su know. Do you want to hear it? Luo Peishan only felt a chill run down his back. This level of secret, knowing it would be harmful. Presumably, this is Wang Ye's family matter. This old official doesn't need to know. He already knew too much tonight. So much that he was completely in the palm of this future grandson-in-law's hand. However, no matter what, he was willing to do it. However, the one he was facing was Li Hongyuan. Whether he said it or not, it was Li Hongyuan's. He had no choice but to listen. As for this prince, I am a true devil. Luo Peishan abruptly raised his head to look at Li Hongyuan. How is that possible? The so-called devil was someone born on the 15th of the 7th month. But for Prince Jin's birthday, although he didn't know which day it was, it definitely wasn't in the 7th month. And the other situation was a child born from a dead person. He heard that Prince Jin's birth mother seemed to have died from postpartum hemorrhage. Then, where did the devil come from? Li Hongyuan was full of smiles. Ben Wang was personally cut out by Fu Huang from Mu Fei's belly, who had already stopped breathing. Luo Peishan only felt that Li Hongyuan's smile was even more terrifying than his usual sinister and ruthless expression. Devils were seen as inauspicious. If that was the case, it was already good that Lu Chengdi was able to keep his life. The throne, even if Lu Chengdi only had one son, Li Hongyuan, he would rather adopt a successor than pass it on to him, secretly helping him cultivate power. Sure enough, it was the biggest joke. Because he felt guilty towards his most beloved woman. When that woman cried out for a child on her deathbed, he cut out the devil's child. Because he wanted compensation as the devil's son. As long as it didn't cross his bottom line, he could ask for anything. Luo Darren, do you know how his most beloved woman died? Facing Li Hongyuan's calm and unruffled attitude, Luo Peishan only wanted to plug his ears or find a place to completely hide. It would be best if he couldn't hear anyone's voice. Li Hongyuan laughed sinisterly and viciously. She was strangled to death by his own hands. He ruthlessly choked that slender and fragile neck, as if he was facing an enemy with a deep blood feud. Even people could hear the sound of bones dislocating. Luo Peishan's mouth twitched somewhat stiffly. To be honest, he didn't believe that Lu Chengdi was someone who would do such a ruthless thing. However, Jin Xinwang didn't seem to have any need to lie about this kind of thing. The question came again, how did he know about this matter? He just said that other than him, only Lu Chengdi and Gui Fei Su knew about it. It couldn't be Lu Chengdi who told him, so it could only be Gui Fei Su. But under what circumstances did Gui Fei Su tell him? It was reasonable to say that the only person who knew about it other than Lu Chengdi should have kept this secret forever in her stomach. Because once it was known, Lu Chengdi would immediately take her life, even if she was the so-called Gui Fei, Su, who was the most favored in the harem. However, Luo Peishan wouldn't foolishly ask for the root of the matter. Tonight's stimulation was too much. His old heart was almost unable to bear it. However, Li Hanyuan probably felt that it was enough. He stood up. Bun Wang's brothers, Luo, Darren, doesn't need to trouble yourself to deal with them. Take control of the Ministry of Personnel as soon as possible. In the face of Li Hongming, if you don't take the initiative to find him, he probably won't lower himself to curry favor with you. As for Li Hongming, it's fine to do business as usual. As for the others, you don't need to care about them. The Gong Qin Wang. Him? Li Hanyuan sneered. The left governor is Bun Wang's man. The Gong Qin Wang's biggest reliance was his father-in-law, the left governor Qin Tianming. The result? I'm afraid he's even worse than the other princes with maternal families. The imperial court was indeed a tripartite balance of power, but the third one wasn't the Gong Qin Wang, who was slightly weaker, but Jin Qin Wang, who could be said to be the most powerful one. Chapter 127. Luo Peishan expressed his pity for the Gong Prince. Li Hanyuan seemed to have seen through Luo Peishan's thoughts. Luo Darren can still take pity on Li Hongyi. After all, in his eyes, Qin Tianming is loyal to him. This is probably one of the few things he can be proud of. Luo Peishan was silent. On the surface, he was suppressed by this person, so he could only take a detour. In the dark, he was also poached, schemed against, and framed, but he couldn't find the real culprit, so he was fiercely fighting with others. Each and every one of them was sharpening their swords, preparing to deal with this person after ascending the throne. But they didn't know that they were all played in the palm of his hand. In his eyes, they were like jumping clowns. Thinking back to before, Wangya, this old official's granddaughter, fell off the cliff at White Dragon Temple. Was it also your doing? That was an accident. Although it was an accident made by Wan Fangfei, Wan and the others were only implicated. How could Ben Wang joke with Wan's life? The assassination was indeed prepared, but it happened to be Wan's accident, so it was brought forward. Luo Peishan choked on a mouthful of old blood. You really can use everything to scheme against me. What unexpected saving grace. It was clearly a trick put on by this living king of hell, deliberately letting the third girl spend a night alone with him. If he really had his eyes on Wan, according to this person's bad conduct, nothing happened. Luo Peishan wouldn't believe it even if he died. At most, it will be a kiss and a hug. Before the wedding, Ben Wang won't let Wan lose her virginity. Then I really have to thank Wangya, Luo Peishan said through gritted teeth. We're family. You're welcome. Li Hanyuan said shamelessly. Who the fuck is your family? I can't afford it. Luo Peishan finally understood Lu Chengdi's mood when he was enraged by this king of hell. He really wanted to beat him up. Taking advantage of his good granddaughter, he still dared to say such shameless words? His skin was even thicker than those old foxes who had been in the government for decades. Farewell, Your Highness. It's getting dark, so Your Highness, please be careful of your steps. If one walked too much at night, one might bump into ghosts. Li Hanyuan nodded. Can I take it that Lord Luo is showing concern for his future grandson-in-law? Luo Peishan responded with two sneers. Fortunately, Li Hanyuan didn't know that he had sent people to Qi and Prefecture's Luo family several years ago. He also didn't know that the most trusted person by Jingwan's side was once his people. In addition, he had many spies in the Luo family, both in the open and in the dark. If Luo Peishan knew about this, he might really be so angry that he would vomit blood. Li Hanyuan was too thick-skinned, so he didn't think much of it. And someone who was standing guard outside quickly came in and respectfully handed over a booklet. She didn't hear anything about her master being a Japanese, but the emperor strangling her master's mother to death was like a gust of wind in her ears. The risk of being valued was too great. Should she consider exchanging with someone else next time? Li Hanyuan took it and casually handed it to Luo Peishan. Lord Luo, take a look. It'll be helpful for you to control the Ministry of Personnel. Although Luo Peishan was furious, he didn't refuse this kindness. Lord Luo only needs to manage the Ministry of Personnel's affairs. You don't need to do anything else, including Jingwan's marriage. When the time comes, just let nature take its course and cancel it. Luo Peishan watched as Li Hongyuan quickly disappeared into the night. He couldn't help but think of two people, Chun Jungmin and Sun Yilin. In the past, he was still picking on them for snatching away his good grandson. But now, he was full of sympathy for them. It was said that people were shrewd with age. How could he not see that they had fallen in love with his good grandson? Originally, to be able to get engaged with the girl he liked was already considered to have fulfilled his wish. He only needed to wait for 1 or 2 years to complete the last step. But just as he was feeling proud of his success, a bolt from the blue came. Think of Chun Jingmin, the Grand Scholar and the Third Scholar. In the end, he wasn't happy at all. If he didn't get over it, his future might even be delayed. In a situation where he didn't know the truth, he only thought that his luck was bad. But after knowing the truth, his luck was indeed very bad. Being regarded as a thorn in the flesh by the King of Hell wasn't just bad luck from 8 lifetimes. There was also Sun Yilin. Originally, there was no hope. But now, he had regained what he lost. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this was just an illusion. His happy marriage was actually a paving stone for someone else's fate. Right now, he might still be happy, but who knows when his joy would turn to sorrow. Luo Peishan now felt particularly sorry for them. In fact, they were all good children. It was just that their hearts fell in love with someone they shouldn't have. If they didn't fall in love with third girl, perhaps they wouldn't. No, this admiration hurt the heart. If it wasn't admiration, they might not be able to escape unscathed. My family's girl is so good. Why don't you put in your heart? Luo Peishan believed that he had this kind of mentality. Standing from the perspective of the King of Hell who never acted according to common sense, he might think that the person that Ben Wang could fancy, you guys actually didn't fancy? This final outcome might not be any better than not admiring. Perhaps it was even more miserable. In short, as long as it was a paving stone chosen by the King of Hell, then it was an unlucky person. In Luo Peishan's opinion, Jin Xinhuang should have prepared at least 2 more people. And according to the standards of the previous 2, he was afraid that they were all first-class young talents. It should be said that Jin Xinhuang really had deep feelings for his own good grandson. The people he chose were all the objects of admiration of countless women in the boudoir. This stepping stone had to be chosen to be the most outstanding. Really, he couldn't help but be convinced. Although, in fact, Jingwan's 2 marriages, the men were chosen by themselves. But if a certain person wasn't satisfied, then he was afraid that before the engagement, it would be ruined. Luo Peishan collected his drifting thoughts and returned to the desk before slowly opening the booklet. On were some matters of the Ministry of Personnel. The more Luo Peishan read, the more alarmed he became. In this Ministry of Personnel, at least half of the people were loyal to Jin Xinhuang. From top to bottom, there were people in charge of all aspects. It could be said that although Jin Xinhuang wasn't in the Ministry of Personnel, but the situation in the Ministry of Personnel, no one could be clearer than him. Thus, even if they were loyal to the same master, they might not know each other's secret identities. At this moment, Luo Peishan felt pity for Prince Rue. He had been in the Ministry of Personnel for nearly a year and had spent countless efforts. The result was that it didn't reach his expectations. More than half of the people he roped in were Jin Xinhuang's people. How was this assistance? It was clearly destructive. He would never be able to obtain the most real thing. Everything he knew was 90% true and 1 false. False things weren't usually obvious, but at crucial times, any bit of wrong information could cause failure. If the Ministry of Personnel was like this, then what about other places? Luo Peishan didn't believe that he hadn't interfered. However, Luo Peishan was becoming more and more fearful of Li Hongyuan's methods. Without any advantage, without anyone's support, he was able to reach this point alone. This was too frightening. To make an enemy out of this person, even if one had heaven-defying luck, they might not necessarily be able to compete with him. Moreover, for him to be able to reach this point, his luck certainly wasn't bad. He took advantage of the right time and place, and forcefully reversed the harmony of people. It could be said that he was invincible. Prince Rue, who he thought was pretty good before, was instantly reduced to dregs by Jin Qinhuang. He was afraid that even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to compete with him. If he had Lu Cheng Emperor's support, perhaps he would already be the rightful crown prince. What a pity, the devil. It was just that. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. If Jin Qinhuang's birth mother was still alive, he would be the true son of heaven, pampered by his parents, flattered by all kinds of people around him. Then, perhaps he would be far from his current achievements. Luo Peishan silently burned the booklet. His own good grandson. Would she really marry such a man in the future? And would such a man really guard a woman for a lifetime? It was said that the best was what couldn't be obtained. Wanwan wasn't married to him now, so he schemed, so he could guard her. But in the future, after he got what he wanted, perhaps that love from the dream would fade little by little. He would become like the other emperors, with a harem of 3,000 beauties. Luo Peishan softly sighed. Facing this one, he could only do whatever he said. There was no room for resistance. However, Jin Qinhuang, this person, was forbearing and flamboyant. This kind of person often kept his word. Whatever he said, he could basically do. Perhaps that good grandson of his really had this kind of luck? Luo Peishan thought through this and gradually put down his worries. Besides, it was already set in stone. There was no use for him to worry now. As for the taboo of the devil, Luo Peishan didn't care at all. Seeing that the booklet had completely turned to ashes, his manservant hurriedly came in and knelt down with a plop. It's been so long. Where have you been? Luo Peishan asked without batting an eyelid. Luo, this one accidentally fell asleep. This one deserves to die. This one. All right, get up. It's getting late. Go prepare and rest. Yes. Most likely, he didn't fall asleep, but was drugged. The next day, because there was no morning court, Luo Peishan directly went to the Ministry of Personnel Yamen. Along the way, many people saw that he was calm and composed, without the slightest bit of melancholy. Was it really so, or was it a forced act? In fact, they could more or less see it. Thus, many people looked at each other in dismay. What was going on? Yesterday, after the morning court, they could clearly feel that heat. When he saw Li Hongming, the other party smiled at him. Luo Peishan smiled even more sincerely. When Li Hongming asked him to take care of him, Luo Peishan's witty words were even more slippery. Li Hongming's face was still smiling, but in his heart, he wasn't so happy. What was going on? Could it be that without him knowing, Li Hongyi's side made a move? Not only did they resolve the misunderstanding, but their relationship also quickly became harmonious in a short period of time. Chapter 128. Could Luo Peishan's control of the Ministry of Personnel be hindered or even stopped by multiple obstacles? Not to mention Luo Peishan's own abilities. Just the fact that he had such a prospective grandson-in-law was like a cheat code. He already had a good grasp of the entire situation in the Ministry of Personnel Affairs. Did you think that he wouldn't know anything just because his subordinates refused to answer him when he asked about something? It didn't matter if they didn't tell him. Luo Peishan was happy and didn't express anything. He would give him 2 days to slowly familiarize himself with the situation. When the time came, they wouldn't say that he was a new official who made drastic changes. It would be too painful for them to burn their own heads. However, there were a few people who felt that the way their superior looked at them was strange, as if there was a hidden meaning in his gaze. There were those who were upright and plain-spoken and were very calm. However, there were also those who had ulterior motives. They couldn't help but wonder if their secret had been discovered. In short, it was very annoying. Luo Peishan didn't think much of it. It was just that these people were all very good at acting. They were showing off their skills for their respective masters, but in reality, thinking back, sometimes they were just trying to trick their masters. This was a good way to gain enmity. As expected, none of the officials were simple. There was another person who wasn't very comfortable. That was Luo Peishan's eldest son-in-law, Yuan Xiaoqiao's father. Originally, if his father-in-law was his superior, he would be doing better. However, he was on Prince Rue's side. He had once wanted to pull his father-in-law to Prince Rue's side, but he didn't succeed. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he rarely visited the Luo family. Previously, his mother-in-law wasn't around and his wife rarely returned home. But now, his situation had become awkward. The most obvious point was that Prince Rue had distanced himself from him after the former minister of the Ministry of Personnel resigned. Luo Peishan spent half a day in the Ministry of Personnel Yamen, and he was very relaxed and happy. Luo Peishan's attitude was even more unfathomable. After a day, he should have felt the rejection of the entire Ministry of Personnel Yamen. He didn't panic at all. Was he really so calm? Or did he give up because he knew that he was in an awkward position? Prince Kong, who had been reprimanded by the Empress, reluctantly put down his dignity and came to Luo Peishan. Unfortunately, he was not sincere. He only said a few perfunctory words, but Luo Peishan also gave him a perfunctory answer. Prince Kong was furious. In his opinion, Luo Peishan was disloyal to him first. Now that he was willing to use him, he was giving him a lot of face. He should be showing his loyalty to him in fear and trepidation. In the end, Imperial Mother said that Lord Luo is a person who values relationships and family. Now it seems that it is not entirely true. Lord Luo is the same as most people. No, that's not right. He is far inferior to them. At least they will think about whether their daughters will have a good life in their in-laws' house. Luo Peishan smiled, but there was a bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. According to your highness, this old official's granddaughter hasn't entered the gate of Ding General Manor yet, but you are already planning to make her unhappy, just like your aunt? It is said that nephews resemble their uncles. In your opinion, is this nephews resemble their aunts? These words were vicious. To put it lightly, Prince Kang's behavior was like that of a woman. To put it more seriously, he suspected Prince Kang's biological mother, or even that he was the son of the Empress who had stolen the dragon and was not Emperor Luchengdi's son. Luo Peishan. Prince Kong directly waved his fist at Luo Peishan. Fortunately, the person next to him reacted quickly and stopped him. Otherwise, this punch would have hit Luo Peishan. He was already so old. Who knew what kind of punishment he would suffer? It was possible that he would never be able to get up again. Luo Peishan's face became completely cold, and Prince Kang's face was even more livid. Lord Luo, as expected of Lord Luo, Prince Kong flicked his sleeves and left. This time, he probably wouldn't put down his face to ask for peace anymore. And the words, nephews resemble their aunts, quickly spread. It must be said that this Lord Luo was really not an ordinary kind of daring. However, even more people felt that Lord Luo was speaking the truth. Even if you were a Wang Ye, if you want to rope someone in, it's fine if you don't have a bit of sincerity. But the other person's granddaughter hasn't married yet, and you're already threatening him. Isn't that the same as your aunts? This kind of words, unless someone deliberately said it, otherwise it wouldn't reach Emperor Luchengdi's ears. But it was different for other people. After Li Hongyuan, who was holed up in Jinxin Wang Fu, heard this, he declined to comment on Luo Peishan's words. Regardless of whether he had one layer of meaning or two layers of meaning, when it involved Wan, how could he let Li Hongyi off so easily? Therefore, it could be said that Prince Kong would encounter another unknown misfortune. And when the servant came to report, Li Hongming, who had just made a round at the Ministry of Personnel Yamen before returning to his fu, was currently holding a soft and warm jade in his arms. It wasn't anyone else, it was Luo Jingying. Dressed in luxurious clothes, her entire body was adorned with expensive jewelry. Leaning in Li Hongming's arms, the most important thing was that the corners of her eyes were bewitching. Her appearance, if a discerning person saw it, they would definitely be able to guess what had happened. Luo Jingying had already lost her chastity. Li Hongming saw a personal attendant not far away and gently whispered a few words in Luo Jingying's ear. Under Luo Jingying's affectionate gaze, Li Hongming got up and left. What is it? That personal attendant told Li Hongming the words that came in from outside in full detail. Nephews resemble their aunts? Li Hongming smiled very playfully. That idiot probably didn't even think of the second layer of meaning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up so easily. Unfortunately, there's nothing to do about this. But Li Hongyi has pushed Luo Peishan even further, which is a great thing for this prince. Li Hongming glanced at Luo Jingying. Because the two of them had the most intimate relationship, Luo Jingying no longer concealed the look in her eyes. Li Hongming smiled gently on the surface, but in his heart, Luo Jingying was no different from a prostitute in a brothel. She was a good girl, but she learned the art of sex. She was really not the ordinary kind of cheap. So, this was how men were. They had clearly enjoyed it, but they felt that the girl was not chaste enough. You may leave. As for Luo Peishan, there was no need to call him in immediately. It still needed a gradual process. It would be best if Luo Peishan struggled for a while and realized that he couldn't control the Ministry of Personnel. It wouldn't be too late to reach out then. Then, he could watch Li Hongyi continue to act. Before Li Hongyuan could turn around, another attendant came to report. Your Highness, the princess consort and concubine Wu came by just now. They only stood for a while before leaving. Don't worry about it. Li Hongming was very confident in his own inner court. Everyone was very tactful about what they should do and what they shouldn't do. However, after spending half a day on Luo Jingying, he felt that it was a waste of time. Li Hongming walked to Luo Jingying's side and sat down. Luo Jingying naturally snuggled into his arms. Li Hongming touched her face and said gently, this prince will have someone send you back. Luo Jingying was stunned, but I don't want to leave. I can't bear to part with your highness. This prince also can't bear to part with you. But if you go back late and your family finds out, what will you do? Does your highness not want this concubine, this subject's family to know? She looked up at Li Hongming and was about to cry. Li Hongming hurriedly kissed her eyes. Of course, but this prince doesn't wanting reputation to be damaged. This prince wanting to enter the Jin Wangfu openly. Give this prince some time. This prince will definitely let enter the Rue Wangfu openly. Luo Jingying changed back to her original clothes with the help of the maidservants. Although she didn't change out of her undergarments, Luo Jingying still felt that the original clothes were not right. She couldn't help but look at the magnificent clothes. When could she wear it openly? However, she didn't think about it. Even if she entered the Rue Wangfu and Li Hongming gave her the title of concubine, she would only be a concubine. She wouldn't even have the right to return home. Without Rue Wangfei, she wouldn't even be able to leave the second door of the Rue Wangfu. How could she wear it out to show off? Before entering the Rue Wangfu, she wouldn't have the guts to wear it even if Li Hongming gave her a lot of good cloth. She didn't know if there was a hole in her brain. The servant girl who served her was unusually respectful, but in her heart, she was extremely disdainful of her. She had never seen such a short-sighted person, nor had she seen such a shameless person. In fact, the maidservants in the Rue Wangfu rarely thought of climbing into the bed, because anyone who knew Li Hongming's true temperament knew that even if they succeeded, they wouldn't have the glory and wealth they dreamed of. So, what was the difference between a good official's daughter and a prostitute doing this kind of thing? It was said that she was the granddaughter of the new minister of the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs. The Luo family was a scholarly family with a century-old reputation. If he knew that he had such a disgraceful granddaughter, would he beat her to death directly? Luo Jingying quietly returned to the mansion from the back door. The old maidservant who guarded the door finally felt relieved. It was not a good thing for a girl to go out secretly. If it was known, she would be the first one who couldn't escape. Luo Jingying's etiquette instructor calmly took over the big bag in Luo Jingying's hand. It was not light. When Luo Jingying went out, she was empty-handed. This was a big gain. She turned around and was about to take Luo Jingying back to the third branch. The old maidservant who guarded the door grabbed her, but we agreed that it would be just this once. If she hadn't been caught by the old woman, she wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. The etiquette instructor pushed her hand away, took out a silver ingot worth 10 taels from her sleeve, and threw it to her. I'll bother you next time. The old maidservant was so angry that her liver hurt. However, she really didn't dare to expose it. Luo Jingying saw this, but didn't say anything. The etiquette instructor took Luo Jingying to a secluded place and took a big detour before returning to the third branch. Fortunately, they didn't meet anyone along the way. Luo Jingying immediately relaxed. Fourth sister, what are you wearing? Did you come back from outside? Luo Jingying was shocked when she suddenly heard Jingwan's voice. She felt guilty and scared. Luo Jingwan, why are you here? Fourth sister, how can you call your older sister by her name? Sun Yijia looked at Luo Jingying and said unhappily. Luo Jingying was anxious and angry. Perhaps Sun Yijia had a deep influence on her in the past, so she didn't dare to refute. This servant greets third young madam and third young Mississippi fourth young miss. Jingwan waved her hand. Third sister-in-law, let's go. Obviously, she didn't want to listen to their nonsense. After Jingwan and Sun Yijia walked away, why did they come to the third branch? Chapter 129. You're getting married tomorrow? Luo Jingying was startled. She had completely forgotten about this. However, Luo Jingying felt that she couldn't be blamed for this. It was because the residence was too quiet. If it was as lively as her third brother's wedding, even the dead would know about it. She couldn't help but sneer. She's just a bastard born of a concubine. Naturally, she's not worthy of our attention. Miss, you should go back and change your clothes first. We still need to add some dowry to second Mrs. Dowry. Luo Jingying walked towards her courtyard. Nanny, just pick something and send it over. She doesn't have the face to make this miss go personally. Her good mood was half ruined because she saw someone she hated. However, after opening the bundle and seeing the good things she dreamed of, Luo Jingying couldn't help but smile happily. Her etiquette instructor stood silently to the side. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't moved by those good things. However, she was an old person after all. Her desire for these things was very weak. The only thing she wanted now was to see the Lu family return to its former glory. She didn't say anything in the face of open-minded and brainless Luo Jingying. In any case, it seemed that her body was already ruined. Even if Third Miss suspected that she had gone out and informed Old Madam, the matter was already settled. As long as she was still valuable to Prince Rue wouldn't sit idly by. On the other side, Jingwan and Sun Yijia were walking hand in hand. Little sister Wan, fourth sister, doesn't seem to be right. Sun Yijia frowned slightly and was somewhat worried. Of course, she wasn't worried about Luo Jingying herself. As the saying goes, if one person prospers, the whole family prospers, and if one person suffers, the whole family suffers. If something happened to Luo Jingying, the one who would be implicated would be the young lady of the Luo family, and even the entire Luo family. As for Luo Jingying, there was nothing worth paying attention to. Not to mention, Sun Yijia had seen plenty of people like her. As for the grudge between her and Wan Jingying, she already understood most of it. To be honest, the origin of the conflict was simply inexplicable and unreasonable. Jingwan, on the other hand, didn't care that much. Sun Yijia might not know what Luo Jingying did, but she had a pretty good guess. Perhaps she hadn't personally experienced it, but in her opinion, it was simply vulgar for a lady of the boudoir to sneak out wearing a maid's clothes. There was a 99% chance that she was meeting her lover. He had no idea who the other party was. Just tell grandmother. We don't need to care about this kind of thing. Third Miss Luo was very relaxed now. Although, after careful consideration, it should be possible to roughly guess Luo Jingying's date. There were only a few people who could catch the eye of the arrogant Luo Jingying and dare to reach out to her. You're right. We don't need to care about it. Sun Yijia smiled. Today, Wan Jingying seemed to have changed a little. She seemed to be more casual. She couldn't help but think of what old Madam said when she rushed to the flower garden yesterday. This small change should be a good thing. Jingwan didn't even tell old Madam Luo personally. She just casually sent a maid. After that, she didn't hear anything else. However, important guests came to the house. Yesterday, before she left the flower garden, Her grandfather had already told her that a few shameless people would come to admire the flowers today. Of course, this adjective was summed up by Jingwan. Her grandfather didn't say it so directly, but it was the meaning behind his words. Thus, without saying anything, she directly asked the servants to carry the tricolor peony to the front yard. The servants by Luo Peishan's side came back. This was almost within Jingwan's expectations. According to the degree of those people's infatuation, as long as it was a rare and famous item, they would probably be fascinated by it and say hundreds and thousands of words of praise. Therefore, she waved her hand and asked them to move the other flowers, including Immerse, away. However, Jingwan didn't expect that her grandfather's people would come for the third time. This time, they didn't come to move the flowers, but brought a person. A very unexpected person, the lotus flower that rose out of the water, Ruan Fangfei. It had to be said that when she saw the gentle and moving smile of Ruan Fangfei, Jingwan didn't even know what expression to put on for a moment. She had already suspected that this was a deeply hidden pervert. However, through some side understanding from Sun Yijia, Ruan Fangfei shouldn't be the same as her. It seemed that there were no signs of rebirth. After all, her intelligence and elegance had always been within the scope of a woman in the boudoir. If she really was reborn, she should be thinking of ways to influence the situation outside the inner residence. In a situation where outsiders didn't know, she was imperceptibly influencing Ruan Ruizhong? No, although Jingwan had only met Ruan Ruizhong once or twice. But from the information she got from her grandfather, Luo Peishan, she could basically infer that Ruan Ruizhong was actually a very male chauvinist person. If it was only a small matter, he wouldn't care, but if it involved the imperial court, 8 or 9 times out of 10, he wouldn't talk about it in the inner residence. As a person who didn't transmigrate or rebirth, a girl in the inner residence, even if she was vicious and scheming, she could still find the source. But where did this pervert come from? Although it was possible that some people were really born with some mental illness, the fact was that the influence of the day after birth was greater, wasn't it? Ruan Fangfei touched her face in confusion. Third Miss Luo is looking at me like this. Is there something on my face? Jingwan lightly hooked her lips and joked. It's just that I was bewitched by the sudden appearance of a beauty. Ruan Fangfei probably didn't expect that Jingwan would speak like a lecher to tease her, and her expression was clearly a little confused. Younger sister Wan, your mouth is still so sweet that it makes people want to pinch you. Ruan Fangfei turned around and saw that the seemingly arrogant Sun Yijia didn't put on any makeup, but her complexion was rosy and her brows were relaxed. It was obvious that she wasn't as cold as before, and it could be seen that she was living a good life. The more noble the status of a woman in the boudoir. After marriage, there weren't many who could be more comfortable than in the boudoir. It should be said that 99% of women were like this. Not to mention that Sun Yijia's face was disfigured, but she was living a better life than in the boudoir. It was really 1 in a million. It really made people jealous. Hello, third young Mistress Luo. Hello, Miss Ruan. Sun Yijia calmly accepted the title of other people's child in the past, and even returned a rare smile. In fact, even if there was such a hideous scar on her face, Sun Yijia's charm wasn't damaged at all. Sun Yijia walked to Jingwan's side and reached out to pinch her face, your mouth. Miss Ruan, don't mind it. Younger sister Wan is like this, and our family can't do anything to her. Jingwan looked at Sun Yijia with dissatisfaction. I'm telling the truth. It's said that everyone loves beauty. I was just entranced by a great beauty. What did I do wrong? Ruan Fangfei covered her mouth and laughed. For women, praise from another woman would probably please them even more. Moreover, with Ruan Fangfei's status, even if there were many men who admired her, their praise would only be tactful. However, those things, after hearing too much, there would always be a time when one would feel tired of it. This was the first time such a straightforward praise had been given. Even Ruan Fangfei couldn't help but feel happy from the bottom of her heart. Well, for such an interesting person, wouldn't it be better to keep him alive and slowly deal with him? Just like the butterfly in a net, flying and struggling, it was so interesting. It was much better than slapping him to death. Jingwan inadvertently glanced at Ruan Fangfei's eyes. Because she was covering her mouth and nose, her eyes were particularly prominent. People who didn't notice anything might think that it was particularly beautiful and shiny like a gem, but Jingwan felt that it was particularly scary. He couldn't help but want to swear, okay. Jingwan never liked to let unimportant people into her room unless it was a special situation. Similarly, she asked people to prepare the things and sat in the yard to chat. Because there were outsiders, Sun Yijia was still used to looking at her arrogantly. However, when she talked to Jingwan, she would involuntarily soften. Jingwan was used to it, but Ruan Fangfei felt it was particularly obvious. No matter what, people like her had a common problem, which was to think that everyone should revolve around her. If someone's attitude towards everyone was the same, it would be better. However, if this person suddenly treated another person differently, and that person was not her, she would feel unhappy. In particular, these two people's attitudes were particularly intimate. Because the age difference between Sun Yijia and Ruan Fangfei was very small, and the education they received since childhood was similar, it was reasonable to say that these two people should dislike each other and sympathize with each other from a certain point of view. However, when they really sat together, Jingwan found that their auras didn't match at all. It seemed that they didn't have any desire to chat. Therefore, Ruan Fangfei pulled Jingwan to talk about flowers and trees, and Sun Yijia pulled her to talk about other things. The more they talked, the more uncomfortable it was. It was like two children competing for favor, and Jingwan obviously became the object of their competition. Jingwan dealt with it calmly, but she couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. These two people didn't compete in the past because they rarely got together. After this battle, their views of each other in their hearts would change. It wasn't difficult for Rue Ran to deal with two people who suddenly became childish, but after a long time, she would still feel mentally tired. Speaking of which, it was Sun Yijia who was close to her that was the first to notice the trouble she brought to Jingwan. Therefore, she took the initiative to restrain herself and slowly became silent. Her family was still the only family that felt heartache. Young lady, Master sent a message saying that it's time to go back. Ruan Fangfei's mama said. Ruan Fangfei looked at the sky. Ah, so much time has passed without us noticing. I wanted to talk to young lady Luo before, but I didn't have the chance. Fortunately, I came with my father today, otherwise I would have missed it. Young lady Luo, how about we go out for a walk in a few days' time? She looked at Jingwan rather hopefully. Jingwan smiled, sure. After sending Ruan Fangfei off, Sun Yijia frowned. What exactly did she come here for? Who knows? Chapter 130. Who knows? In short, it was not just because she was bored at home and followed her old man to the Luo family for a stroll. Then, the real purpose of Ruan Fangfei coming here was worth pondering. Jingwan felt that she most likely came for her. Coming to this conclusion, Jingwan's entire person felt a little unwell. How should it be said? Jingwan had always been puzzled. How could she be inexplicably targeted by a pervert? Originally, she was prepared to consciously avoid her, but she actually still came to find her home. Wan Mimi, I always feel that Ruan Fangfei is strange somewhere. I had little contact with her in the past, but it's not like I didn't have any contact with her. I don't seem to have this kind of feeling. Sun Yijia was somewhat puzzled. Jingwan glanced at her. Of course, you weren't targeted by her in the past. Now, the reason why perverts were called perverts was because those people's brain circuits were different from ordinary people. However, she roughly knew the reason why Ruan Fangfei targeted her sister-in-law. It was nothing more than a certain kind of strange idea, similar to Lucier. She couldn't bear to see others doing well. The time Sun Yijia married into the Luo family was originally the time of her marriage with Jin Qinhuang. As Jin Qinhuang's prospective Cifei, Ruan Fangfei should have married into Jin Qinhuang Fu not long after. However, this specific time had not been set from the beginning. Jingwan got the news from her grandfather Luo Peishan. It seemed that there was no movement at all. It was as if Lu Chengdi had simply forgotten that he had bestowed such a marriage. It was as if the time of Ruan Fangfei's marriage had been deliberately delayed, and there was a bit of an endless delay. Ruan Fangfei looked indifferent. Was she anxious in her heart? She was definitely anxious. Without Sun Yijia, she was still a prospective Sifei, but she still couldn't marry over. That was the man she had longed for a long time. It was clearly just a step away, and she could legitimately get close to him. But in her eyes, it should be a very easy step, but she always felt that it was abnormally difficult. What exactly was the problem? Why was it deliberately delayed? No one would believe such an excuse as not marrying into the family. If he really wanted to, wouldn't it be better for her to marry him as his consort? She was very clear that the problem did not lie with Lu Cheng Emperor, nor would it be with Su Gui Fei. The marriage was already a foregone conclusion, so the empress could not possibly disturb it. After thinking about it, the reason could only be Jin Qinhuang himself. Perhaps he was dissatisfied with what he had done in the past. He wouldn't. He wasn't someone who would care about such things. She had unparalleled talent and beauty. She would be the best wife for him. She had always cared about her, hadn't she? In that case, there must be some other reason. He just didn't think of it. Ruan Fangfei wanted to personally ask Li Hongyuan. However, she never had a chance to see him. She wanted to go directly to Jin Wangfu, but if she really went, she could forget about keeping her good reputation. If Li Hongyuan knew what Ruan Fangfei was thinking, he would probably ignore her completely. He was now looking for an opportunity to get rid of her. However, Ruan Fangfei was very good at using all kinds of methods to ruin people. If the same method was used on her, it wouldn't be so easy. Moreover, there weren't many opportunities recently. And if Jingwan knew, she would probably be very speechless. Jin Qinhuang, this kind of person, had met many talented and beautiful women. You, Ruan Fangfei, were better than them only because of your birth. How narcissistic would you be to have this kind of thinking? Whether she blames you or not, it has nothing to do with you. This sister-in-law of hers, in her eyes, should only be incidental. There was her, this eyesore, in front of her. That's right. After her marriage with Jin Qinhuang was annulled, it naturally had nothing to do with Jin Qinhuang's quasi-Cifei. Moreover, she had settled down now. So why should she care about her? That's right. Sun Yijia leaned closer to Jingwan, smiling somewhat maliciously. My fifth gu also came today. Jingwan smiled rather helplessly. Your fifth gu is the same as the other Darren. They're all people who love flowers. Is it strange that he came? Her skin was so thick. What was this bit of teasing considered? Sun Yijia looked at her with a smile. She wanted to pretend that she didn't understand and muddle through. Fine. Wan Mimi. After you marry my fifth gu, how should we address each other? You call me sister-in-law, and I also call you sister-in-law? It's still early. Jia Jia can call me whatever you want. Jia Jia? Since I'm married into the Luo family, you haven't called me that. Is this a hint? You can think whatever you want. Sun Yijia suddenly reached out to touch her face with a bit of worry and pity. You and my fifth gu, to me, are both very important. If you two walk together, it would naturally be very good. However, to be honest, after becoming a member of the Luo family, I don't approve of you marrying my fifth gu that much, especially after my mother's actions. Wan Mimi, if she really wants to make things difficult for you, you'll have a hard time living under her. In the past, I took it for granted, because I was used to it, because there was no comparison, and because my mother also avoided me for some things. I thought that being her daughter-in-law was actually nothing. After marrying into the Luo family for a few days, I don't want to enter the inner courtyard anymore. That place is like what you said, a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. To have you trapped there for a lifetime, I feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. Why did you suddenly mention this out of nowhere? In fact, when you were discussing the marriage with my fifth gu, I wanted you to reject this marriage. However, such a big matter is not something that I can blindly meddle in. Moreover, you have always had your own ideas. You naturally agreed to it for your own reasons. However, there are some things that I feel really uncomfortable keeping in my heart. I don't feel good if I don't say it out loud. Anyway, Wan Mimi, you also have feelings for my fifth girl? If it's possible, you should cancel this marriage. Jingwan looked at her in surprise. This change in attitude was a little too fast. Just now, they were still talking about the issue of how to address each other in the future. In the blink of an eye, she was asking her to cancel the marriage? You really think so? Sun Yijia nodded very firmly. After all, a girl can't compare to a man. Marriage is like a second reincarnation. It's really too important. If a man doesn't like his wife, he will take in a concubine. If he doesn't like one, he will take in another one. As for a girl, if she doesn't like her, she can only sulk. Even if my fifth doesn't get what he wants, as time passes, it will slowly fade away. It won't have too much of an impact. However, I also know that there are some things that I can only say verbally. If others find out that I urged you to cancel a marriage, I will definitely be scolded in all kinds of ways. Especially fifth girl. He will definitely hate me for the rest of his life. Jingwan couldn't help laughing. She picked up a small snack the size of fingertip and stuffed it into Sun Yijia's mouth. You're the only one who worries about nothing. Sun Yijia almost choked. She covered her mouth and swallowed the snack with great difficulty. She was rather indignant. Who am I doing this for? Yes. For me. I appreciate your kindness. Don't worry about me. I have to live my life. I'm not a pushover. If I really get bullied, I won't be a punching bag forever. One had to know that her fighting prowess was forced out of her. She might not be good at otaku fighting now, but she had seen countless girls who were as innocent as a piece of white paper. After entering the palace, they could become masters of palace fighting. Even a rabbit would bite if it was forced into a corner. If she was forced into a corner, she would also turn evil. She might have looked down on herself before. She should treat herself better. She should learn from Jin Qinhuang. It would be best to let the people who made her unhappy die of sullenness. In the future, even if her husband was dissolute and unfaithful, she shouldn't obediently give up her position. Being a virtuous wife and loving mother, even if she didn't care, she should find some trouble for him. Just treat it as finding fun for herself. Her days were too dull. It would really be very boring. AI, what a pity. She didn't have Jin Qinhuang's life. In front of many people, she couldn't show off her might. In the front courtyard, the others left reluctantly. Luo Peishan had spent a lot of effort to protect those treasures that were covetously eyed by those old men. Mother, next time, you wouldn't let this group of bastards come to his door. In this group, the youngest was close to 40, while the oldest was 60 to 70. Sun Yilin really couldn't be any more fresh and tender. After he knew that these people would come to the Luo family, he came on his own. He was the first to come and move a lot of good things from his own courtyard, saying that it was for Luo Peishan. Now he dawdled and stayed until the end. In fact, Sun Yilin rarely had dealings with the older generation. The elders that he usually saw were all dignified, strict, and meticulous. Today, after meeting them, he knew that this was perhaps only one side of these elders. In private, when they met their beloved things, they would even be like children, fighting with each other until their faces and ears turned red. After that group of people had been sent off, as if they were sending off a plague god, Luo Peishan's gaze fell on Sun Yilin. His indignant heart gradually calmed down. After looking for a moment, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought of Jin Qinhuang who appeared in front of him last night. After knowing his unknown side, and even more after knowing that his bad reputation was only for the sake of smoothly marrying his own good grandson, he looked at the others. Even if Jin Qinhuang's ability to anger people was still the same from all aspects, not to mention a group of young masters, even the old foxes of their age might not be able to compare to him. The first young master of the capital, Sun Yilin, could only be considered outstanding after excluding that person. Thinking about those things that he had brought before, he really did care about the third girl. Unfortunately, there was Jin Qinhuang, that living king of hell who planned meticulously step by step. No matter what, he couldn't get what he wanted. While he sighed, he couldn't help but feel pity again. However, Luo Peishan couldn't show it too obviously. Some things, if noticed by others, would cause serious consequences. You are considerate. Despite this, Luo Peishan still couldn't put on his initial bad attitude towards Sun Yilin. Sun Yilin still remembered before the engagement Luo Peishan's attitude when he looked for him. His nose wasn't his nose, and his eyes weren't his eyes. Even if he had to bear the hostility of others, he would be righteous. Now, he was so amiable, especially during the day when he had such a conflict with Prince Kong. Now, he didn't know if he should be flattered or terrified. After Luo Peishan sat down, he also let Sun Yilin sit down. Because he knew that Sun Yilin wouldn't become his own grandson-in-law, Luo Peishan spoke a lot with Sun Yilin out of guilt and also out of love for talent. At least at this moment, he genuinely taught Sun Yilin as his own grandson. Because he had already entered the officialdom, he also talked a lot about the ways of being an official. Similarly, Luo Peishan didn't come in third place in the senior high school either. He didn't choose to enter the Hamlin Academy, but chose to be sent out. His experience, to a certain extent, was enough to be called legendary. Listening to him really made one feel as if they had studied for 10 years. His experience as an official were of great help to Sun Yilin. After all, no matter how smart Sun Yilin was, he didn't have broad knowledge and wisdom accumulated over time. Duke Dinghua's thoughts were all on his eldest son. Moreover, even if Duke Dinghua was in the imperial court, what he learned and thought were all about interests. He put Duke Dinghua's mansion and the Sun family in the first place, which was completely different from people like Luo Peishan. What he could teach Sun Yilin happened to be what Sun Yilin hated the most for so many years. Therefore, even if Duke Dinghua wanted to teach him carefully now, he was not interested in learning. Now, Luo Peishan was undoubtedly helping him make up for his shortcomings. In Sun Yilin's view, Luo Peishan was training his future grandson-in-law. Whether it was for this reason or his own shortcomings, he listened very attentively and his attitude could be said to be respectful. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he promptly raised it, and Luo Peishan was also unusually patient to answer his questions. Seeing that it was getting late, Luo Peishan didn't mean to see the guest out, and Sun Yilin also didn't intend to leave. "Why don't you stay at the Luo house tonight? What does Brother Lin think?" Luo Peishan suggested. Sun Yilin was naturally very happy. It would be impolite for this student to refuse. Luo Peishan nodded and sent someone to Duke Dinghua's mansion to report. Sun Yilin might think that this was Luo Peishan's recognition of him, and Luo Peishan didn't know when Prince Jin would break up this marriage. Perhaps it would be tomorrow. Therefore, the opportunity was rare. If he had time, he would teach him more. After all, once the engagement was dissolved, Sun Yilin would have no reason to come. When Duchess Dinghua Foreign heard that her son was going to stay at the Luo house for the night, her expression was somewhat distorted. It must be known that since Sun Yilin was born, unless he went out of the city to play and stay in a village, or to places like White Dragon Temple, as long as he was in the city, even if it was his relatives and friends, he had never stayed at other people's houses. He always said that other people's houses were not comfortable, but now he made an exception, just because it was the maiden home of the woman he liked. Duchess Dinghua Foreign was very clear that if it was another woman that Sun Yilin didn't like, even after marriage, he would not stay at the Yu house. For the third miss of the Luo family, how many times had this first time appeared? Duchess Dinghua Foreign thought that she couldn't count it clearly. At the same time, not only did her impression of Jingwan become worse, but even the Luo family was killed by her. In her opinion, the Luo family was shameless. They actually used an unmarried girl to keep her son. Otherwise, according to her son's temperament, how could he stay overnight? What kind of scholarly family was that? It was clearly a brothel. Such a family taught a girl who looked dignified, but who knew how lowly she was in her bones. Now that her son held her in such high regard, when he married her in the future, would he marry her daughter-in-law or her ancestor? If she didn't kill her arrogance, she didn't know if she would do something more shameless. "Come in," a nanny beside Duchess Dinghua Foreign came in. "Madam, go and reply to that side. I agree to meet them tomorrow." "Yes, madam." That was why it was said that once a person became paranoid, they would become unreasonable at certain times. Why did she think that her son was a delicious cake that others wanted to get by with unscrupulous means? Duchess Dingwaforen was not the only one who cared about son Yilin staying overnight in the Luo family. Of course, no one's thoughts would be as dirty as Duchess Dingwaforen's. Some people thought that Prince Kang's people wanted to win over Luo Peishan through son Yilin, while Prince Kang's people thought that Luo Peishan was expressing goodwill to the Empress and Prince Kang through son Yilin. Was it sincere or not? Prince Rue pushed him to the position of Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Did he deliberately sow discord, or did they secretly collude with each other? Because Luo Peishan was now in the teeth of the storm, people always paid attention to him. It was not difficult to know what was going on. However, at this time, the palace gate had been locked, but the Empress still knew the news at the first time. It was not that she had control of the palace to the extent that ordinary people could not reach, but that she cared about the news outside the palace, which also proved her ambition in another way. She did not believe in her son. She could only feel at ease when everything was under her control. As for Luo Peishan's words, "My nephew likes his aunt in the daytime," the Empress naturally thought of all kinds of possible hidden meanings at the first time. It would be a lie to say that the Empress was completely indifferent, but there was no reason for her to hold on to this matter. If she really did not let it go, people would think that she was guilty. Her son really came from an improper background. Maybe at that time, he would be like the yellow mud falling into his pants. Besides, the Empress had always been good at enduring. When she heard this, she could even say, "Her son is getting more and more outrageous." At this moment, the Empress's face was solemn. She sat in her own bedroom. No one could tell whether she was happy or angry. It could be said that this son was stupid and easy to control, but sometimes too stupid and easy to mess things up. Sitting in this position, she could not brazenly interfere too much. At that time, not to mention that the people who relied on her son would be dissatisfied, Lu Cheng would punish her in person. Therefore, even if the Empress had the world in her hands, she still felt powerless. No matter the reason why son Yilin stayed in the Luo family, it was a good thing for her. Although the grandfather and grandson did not talk all night, they still went to bed very late. In the morning, Luo Peishan was preparing to go to court. If it was not for the servant who reminded him that the second young lady was getting married today, he would not have known. However, even if he knew, Luo Peishan did not have much of a reaction. In his memory, Luo Jingqiang's face was blurred. He had people randomly pick 2 pieces of calligraphy and paintings and send them over to add to the dowry. The dowry was sent to the groom's house yesterday afternoon. These things added to the dowry naturally went with Luo Jingqiang today. Chapter 131. Although Luo Jingqiang's wedding was not as lively as Luo Jinghua's wedding, there were many things that should be there. Even the groom was surprised when he received the dowry yesterday. It was much more than what they had expected. They sighed that the Luo family was indeed a kind family. Even a concubine's daughter was valued so highly. How could they know that this was all because the Lu matriarch's scheme against Jingwan's mother failed and instead lost money and increased Luo Jingqiang's dowry by 30%? However, because of this extra dowry, the groom knew that the Luo family valued his daughter. In addition, on the eve of Luo Jingqiang's wedding, Luo Peishan was promoted to the Minister of Personnel. Luo Jingqiang's status was greatly elevated. After all, the Ministry of Personnel had the most power among the 6 ministries. It had the power to directly appoint and dismiss officials below the 4th rank. Being associated with such a family was much more advantageous than being in the same situation. Luo Jingqiang also did not expect such a good thing to happen a day or 2 before her wedding. As long as her grandfather was still healthy and firmly in the position of minister, then her future life in her husband's family would be very comfortable. The person who was about to become her husband was still a virgin. As for her father-in-law, he was only a minor 5th rank official. Although there were 2 mothers-in-law above him, they still looked forward to the Luo family. No matter who it was, they would treat her with care. Moreover, Based on her understanding of her grandfather, as long as she did not seek death, her grandfather would still be willing to help her. Luo Jingxiang happily got into the bridal sedan chair. As for her birth mother, concubine Hua, because she took the blame for her mother, she could be considered to have something against her. She would be able to live the rest of her life peacefully in a corner of the third branch and would not be tortured. She could be considered to have completely escaped from her mother's evil clutches. She had great expectations for the future. After a busy day, another big matter was settled. If nothing unexpected happened, the Luo family should be relatively peaceful for a period of time. However, Luo Peishan would probably be very busy, not only at the Ministry of Personnel Yamen. Even when he returned home, many people would come to visit him. At least, people from Prince Rui's faction would come frequently. It was said that one would only be calm when there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, with a certain king of hell watching from the side, how could there not be any accidents? Unless there was a certain someone that he had been longing for a long time back to his nest and held in his arms, then he would probably be able to truly calm down. When it was time to pay respects at night, everyone else was sent away except for Luo Jingying and her parents. Luo Romping and Mrs. Lu still didn't know, so they had some doubts. Only Luo Jingying was very nervous. Luo Romping was about to ask, but the two nannies beside Madame Luo suddenly stepped forward. "Fourth young lady, please come with us to the inner room." Luo Jingying subconsciously took 2 steps back and tugged at the corner of her mouth. I don't know what the two nannies want. She couldn't help but look at Madame Luo. There was no warmth in the eyes of Madame Luo, who was sitting quietly. Luo Jingying's heart pounded uncontrollably. Why are you being so long-winded with her? Madame Luo said coldly. Since Madame Luo had said so, who would be polite to her? The two nannies each grabbed one of her arms and dragged her to the inner room. What are you doing? Let go of me. Luo Jingying struggled, but it was in vain. Father, mother, Luo Romping and Mrs. Lu didn't know what was going on at all. They wanted to say something, but when they met Madame Luo's knife-like eyes, they swallowed back their words. No matter how scheming Mrs. Lu was, no matter how good she usually was at pretending, she had a deep-rooted fear of Madame Luo. This fear was not only between a daughter-in-law and a mother-in-law. Madame Luo had never been bad to her daughter-in-law. It was only because Madame Luo absolutely suppressed her in some aspects. Regardless of her bearing and self-restraint, there were times when she seemed to see through her at a glance. In front of her, it was as if she had been stripped naked and had nowhere to hide. As for Luo Romping, his mother lived a peaceful life, but she was too pretentious. As a result, he didn't know where she was taken away by Luo Peishan. When he was a few years old, he was raised by Madame Luo. Because he wasn't too young at that time, and his mother talked nonsense in his ear all day long, he hated Madame Luo in his heart. Who was Madame Luo? If you hated her, how could you expect her to treat you well? She would give you enough to eat and warm clothes, and when you reached the age, she would hire a teacher for you. Luo Romping was raised like this, and inexplicably, he also developed a fear of Madame Luo. In front of Madame Luo, he was even more obedient than in front of his father. Not long after Luo Jingying was taken away, he was brought back again. Luo Jingying, who was brought back, looked as if he had been tortured. His hair was messy, his clothes were scattered, and his whole body seemed to have been drained of energy. He directly knelt on the floor. Madame Luo was very displeased to see him like this. How is it? Madame Luo, fourth young lady, has lost her virginity, and there are marks on her body. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue for Mrs. Lu, and Luo Romping was also shocked. Tell me, who is that man? Madame Luo was not angry, but only indifferent. Luo Jingying sat on the ground in a daze and didn't say anything. Madame Luo didn't care. Come on, go to Luo Jingying's room and see if there is anything special. Also, tie up all the servants in her yard. Bring the nanny and the head maid here. Don't go, don't go. Luo Jingying suddenly wanted to stop his mother, who was leaving like crazy. No one would believe that there was no ghost in her room with her reaction. At this time, Mrs. Lu only wanted to strangle her. Because of the incident in Great Princess Royal's residence last time, she was already very disappointed with her and planned to give her the cold shoulder. As a result, when she didn't pay attention, this evil creature actually, Mrs. Lu's vision turned black, and she almost fainted. Luo Rongping directly stepped forward and kicked Luo Jingying. His plan, his dream of being the father-in-law of the country. How could a piece of trash enter Jin Qin Wang Fu? That kick was full of anger, and he used all his strength. Luo Jingying let out a sharp cry of pain. Now that Darren is showing off, why didn't you do it earlier? Madame Luo coldly reprimanded. Luo Rongping stiffly retracted his foot and retreated. However, when he looked at Mrs. Lu again, his eyes were as if they were dipped in poison. In his view, his daughter's virtue was all because she, as a mother, didn't teach her well. Look at how good his eldest son was, and his eldest daughter wasn't bad either. Only this daughter made him lose face. However, he neglected the fact that other than the teacher, the one who taught Luo Jingming more was Luo Peishan and not him, his father. Luo Jingxiang was also raised by his concubine mother. In his eyes, that concubine's daughter had always been petty and unpresentable. It was only recently that she had changed. Just because of this, he had the nerve to stick gold on his face. Mrs. Lu didn't notice his gaze at all. After a moment of dizziness, she suddenly pounced forward and firmly grabbed Luo Jingying's arm. Who is that man? Say it, quickly say it. Who is that wild man? While questioning, she grabbed her arm and fiercely pulled. Luo Jingying was like a broken doll, swaying with her strength. Mother, let go, it hurts. After being kicked by Luo Rongping just now, Luo Jingying was still in so much pain that she could only suck in cold air. Her tears fell down one after another. Now that she was being ravaged by her own mother, she was in such a sorry state. Say it, quickly say it. Who is it? Mrs. Lu's voice became sharper and sharper. Her other hand even directly pinched Luo Jingying's face. Who are you doing this for? Get lost. Mrs. Lu froze and somewhat trembled as she withdrew her hand. Her heart fell to the bottom. This time, it really wouldn't be so easy to resolve. Luo Jingying refused to say, but old Madame Luo wasn't in a hurry. She just waited. Luo Jingying wasn't a stubborn person. Soon, Luo Jingying's etiquette instructor and 4 servant girls were brought over. The others were tied up and locked in a small room. One of the servants directly put a bag of things in front of old Madame Luo. Old Madame Luo's eyes fell directly on the Luo Jingying's etiquette instructor. She looked at her for a while. Then her eyes fell on Mrs. Lu. You found a good instructor. She even thought of a way to help this girl escape from the residence. Mrs. Lu clenched her teeth and trembled. She didn't dare to say a word. Although the etiquette instructor had already thought that she might be discovered, when it came to the end, she couldn't help but panic. The servant at the back door is going to be sold as a guilty slave. You can go and accompany her. The etiquette instructor was really scared this time. She probably didn't expect old Madame Luo to be so ruthless. She suddenly raised her head. Old Madame, you can't do this. Can't. Old Madame Luo looked at her indifferently. You're just a guilty slave. Why can't I do it? What? You're a non-slave instructor that Mrs. Lu invited back for worship. Even if that's the case, immediately get out of the Luo family. I'd like to see which family will invite you back after you leave the Luo family. An etiquette instructor who had been driven out of the house, and she didn't look young, would be invited back by everyone. Generally speaking, if a respectable family encountered such a person, they would quietly send her away without leaving any face. It could be seen that she had really angered the master. If such a person was invited back, it would be to teach their own girl a bad lesson. Old Madam is so heartless. Aren't you afraid that this old servant will reveal forth Mrs. Matter? It's said that like master, like servant, these two really know how to threaten people, and they're all using the Luo family's reputation to make an example. Good, it's really good. Old Madame Luo nodded. Mrs. Lu couldn't help but tremble. Old Madame Luo's words were clearly referring to her. Because of concubine Huan's matter, she had threatened old Madame Luo. Now, every time old Madame Luo mentioned it, she regretted and worried. Old Madame Luo used her hand to open the bag on the table. When she saw the things inside, especially a phoenix tail hairpin, her eyes were exceptionally cold. With a wave of her hand, she swept everything to the ground. Ah! Luo Jingying screamed and pounced forward. He hurriedly gathered those things together. When he saw the broken bracelet and the scattered beads, his heart ached even more than when he was kicked by his father just now. He raised his head to look at old Madame Luo. He couldn't hide his hatred, as if he wanted to pounce on old Madame Luo and bite her to death. Chapter 132. Madame Luo was so angry that she laughed. I didn't expect the Luo family to have someone like you. I thought that you were young and naive, so you were deceived. But now, it seems that you're willing to do it. Since you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Go back and pack up. Tomorrow, you'll go to Qi and Manor. In fact, Luo Jingying didn't need to be mentioned. Madame Luo had a rough idea of what was going on. After all, she was a girl from the minister's manor. Ordinary men wouldn't dare to touch her, and there were only a few who dared to use such despicable means. With the addition of the phoenix tail hairpin, the result was out. Moreover, she deliberately gave Luo Jingying such an obvious hint as the phoenix tail hairpin. This was already a clear indication of her attitude. It would be a lie if Madame Luo didn't hate her. Only this idiot would go up to her. From Luo Jingying's point of view, even if something happened, Madame Luo would probably close the small temple again. Otherwise, she would at most be sent to the country house. Even so, she believed that she would enter Prince Rue's manor sooner or later. She just needed to endure until Prince Rue came to pick her up. But once she left the capital, no matter how stupid or naive she was, she knew that the man she liked, her life of glory and wealth, and her thoughts of stepping on everyone else would all turn into bubbles. No, I don't want to leave the capital. I don't. Madame Luo was unmoved by Luo Jingying's crazy behavior. That's fine too. Luo Jingying's expression eased a little as she looked at Madame Luo with hope. You can directly remove the clan, and then you can do whatever you want. Luo Jingying widened her eyes in disbelief, and her pupils constricted. When a girl was removed from the clan, even her surname would be erased, and she would become a rootless duckweed without any support. From a certain point of view, she was even worse than those lowly girls because anyone could step on her, bully her, and die on the streets for nothing. From this point, it could also be seen that in Li Hong Yuan's previous life, in order to not implicate the Luo family, Jingwan had to sever ties with the Luo family. What kind of determination and courage did she need? If she was not careful, she would have been consigned to eternal damnation. Luo Jingying was still unmarried. There was no place for her to stay apart from the Luo family. Even if she believed that she was the true love of Prince Rue and was abandoned by the Luo family, there was still Prince Rue. Did she have the courage to accept such a fate? Absolutely not. Without the support of her family, even if she entered Prince Rue's mansion, she would only be at the bottom. Was Luo Jingying really so stupid that she didn't realize anything? Was she really so stupid that she thought that Prince Rue would pamper her, protect her, and treat her like a treasure in his palm? She knew very well that she was not that important. She just did not want to admit it. Of course, you still have a third choice, and that is to die suddenly. Madame Luo played it down more and more. Luo Jingying's lips wriggled, but she couldn't say a word. The craziness from a moment ago was now replaced by panic and fear. Even when she had been locked up for so long last time, she had never experienced the fear brought about by Madame Luo as deeply as she did now. Her whole body was trembling, and she didn't know how to react. Madame Lu was also so frightened that her soul almost left her body. She quickly knelt down and said, "Mother, Jing is young and ignorant." She was just confused for a moment and was blinded by those vulgar things. She was deceived by flowery words. "I beg you, forgive her this time. When I go back, I will teach her well. I will never let her make another mistake. Mother, please forgive her this time. Please forgive her this time." Madame Lu kowtowed and blood soon oozed out of her forehead. Luo Jingying seemed to have also reacted. She knelt properly and began to kowtow and beg for mercy in a tearful voice. Madame Luo looked at her indifferently, then glanced at Luo Romping, who was standing behind the mother and daughter with an uncertain expression. It was true that their family was like a nest of snakes and rats. Madame Luo was about to speak again when Luo Peishan came from the study. Seeing the situation in the room, he didn't seem surprised at all and sat down next to Madame Luo. "Madam, don't be angry with these evil creatures." Madame Luo glanced at Luo Peishan. To say that Luo Romping became like this today, Luo Peishan also had a lot to do with it. She, who was not his biological mother, didn't care, and Luo Peishan, who was his biological father, didn't care much. Of course, he was very busy in those years. Not to mention this son of a concubine, he didn't even have much time to care about the other 3 sons. Even so, now that Madame Luo had to clean up the mess, she was still a little unhappy with Luo Peishan. However, after so many years, she couldn't argue with him at this time. It was meaningless. "Does Master know?" Luo Peishan nodded. Not only was he aware of it, but he also knew everything, including his 3rd son. He had once wanted to seek refuge with Prince Rue, but he had no way of doing so. Coincidentally, he had gotten close to Prince Kang's people. In the end, after a lot of hard work, he was still wandering around the periphery. Not long ago, he had followed a lantern to Prince Rue. Before he could come to a conclusion, his own family had been forced to stand with Prince Kang's faction. Well, it had actually given him a push, causing Prince Rue to not let go of him. After weighing the pros and cons, he had completely turned his back on the Luo family. Luo Peishan was now doubly angry. This bastard's son and granddaughter were one thing, and the other was the person who sent him the news. Other than that living hell, there was no other choice. His family's affairs were clearly known by an outsider who coveted his beloved granddaughter. How could he not be angry? What was more infuriating was that that person said that he, as the head of the family, didn't need to deal with it. It was too easy to deal with it like this. Take them back and put them under house arrest. If there's any more trouble, Madame Lu, you could take the letter of divorce back to your maternal home. Then he looked at Luo Romping. You don't need to be an official anymore. Just go back to Qi and prefecture. Otherwise, it's fine to separate your branch now. I don't need you to support me. From now on, don't take a step into this house. His parents were still alive, but he was already separated. Moreover, not all of his brothers would be separated. Just his branch. What was the difference between that and being kicked out of the house? The Luo family style was there. It was certainly the fault of this son. He would definitely be stripped of his position as an official. Moreover, without the Luo family, or more accurately, without Luo Peishan, what value did he have? Not to mention climbing up to Prince Rue, he might even be crushed to death by him. Luo Romping didn't dare to say a word. He grabbed one in each hand, probably using all the strength he had in his life, and took his wife and children away. Madame Luo didn't ask anything else. Send all 5 of them to the manor. The auntie doesn't look young anymore. The 4 of you should do your best to serve her well. If there's any mistake, be careful of your skin. Luo Jingying's auntie directly collapsed into a ball. It's over, it's all over. The 4 servants cowered in response, not daring to say a word. However, in their hearts, they hated Luo Jingying and this auntie. Luo Jingying and the others couldn't do anything to her, but this old witch was usually on top of their heads, scolding them at the slightest provocation. This time, Madame Luo had ordered them to serve her well. If they didn't serve her well, it would be difficult to vent the anger in their hearts. After they were taken out, the servants were also dismissed. Only the old couple was left in the room, along with the precious jewelry scattered all over the floor. Madame Luo looked at Luo Peishan in confusion. What do you mean, master? Luo Peishan sighed helplessly. Someone doesn't want them to have a good time. Madame Luo's expression became even more confused. What did he mean? Who is this someone? Such a big matter wasn't dealt with strictly, but dealt with lightly. Was this not letting them have a good time? This person, only when they think that they got what they wanted, that they stood at the top and then shattered their hopes and fell into the dust with no pain. Only when they were hopelessly struggling on the verge of death, living a life worse than death, will they be able to vent their anger. Madame Luo's heart jumped. Who had such a big enmity with the Luo family's third branch that they had to go to this extent? Even if it was her, no matter how angry she was at most, she would just send the person far away. Who? Luo Peishan glanced at Madame Luo and sighed helplessly. Madame Luo had never seen Luo Peishan like this. In the past, no matter how big the storm was, he could face it calmly. Master, it's better to tell this concubine directly. She was very curious about the person behind the scenes. Jin Qinhuang. Luo Peishan originally didn't want to tell Madame Luo, but third girl's marriage would be ruined sooner or later. After thinking about it, it was better to tell her everything and let her be mentally prepared, so that she wouldn't be anxious and angry when the time comes. Jin Qinhuang? It had to be said that Madame Luo was very surprised. She didn't think of him at all. He was simply an impossible candidate. However, Lao San offended him. According to Jin Qinhuang's nature as the living king of hell, he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If he really offended him, he might really do something that made one's life worse than death. However, thinking about it again, such a roundabout way didn't seem like Jin Qinhuang's style. Not really, but it's more serious than offending him directly. Lao San's family made the person at the top of his heart unhappy. Madame Luo raised an eyebrow. Master, say it all at once. Luo Peishan leaned closer and lowered his voice. The one at the top of Jin Qinhuang's heart, our family's third girl. Don't be agitated. Don't be agitated. Listen to what I have to say. Then he narrated the matter regarding Jin Qinhuang, as well as the things he did to Jingwan. The matter is like this. Madame Luo's face was full of shock. Master, let me calm down first. This news was really too shocking. However, this time, Madame Luo's endurance was unexpectedly strong. She only took 2 deep breaths and didn't get sick. She sat quietly for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Master, is what you said true? Jin Qinhuang said it himself. That person probably disdains to lie. Madame Luo was silent again. He did this for Wan Wan. It's not impossible to marry Wan Wan to him. You actually agreed? So easily? Luo Peishan found it strange. No matter who Wan Wan marries, the future is uncertain. However, for now, Jin Qinhuang can protect Wan Wan thoroughly. This is something that no one else can do. Just this point alone, he is stronger than anyone else. This reason was so strong that Luo Peishan couldn't refute it. Chapter 133. The husband and wife were silent for a moment. Then old Madame Luo spoke again. Jin Qinhuang means to send Luo Jinging to Prince Rui's Fu? What about Luo romping? How will he deal with it? When Luo Peishan heard the way his old wife addressed him, he knew that she was thoroughly disgusted with the third branch this time. Luo Peishan also didn't want to redeem anything. That son of his refused to listen to his advice and stubbornly clung to his own course. He even thought that he, as a father, didn't like him and wanted to cut off his future. Rui Qinhuang wants to detain the third branch as a chess piece to control our Luo family. He has already coaxed Luo Jinging to be dead set on him, and has completely coerced and enticed Lao San to lean towards him. Since that's the case, what harm is there in fulfilling their wishes? Only, I don't know what kind of expression they will have when it's all for naught in the end. Old Madame Luo coldly snorted. Can't you blame the heavens and accuse others and push all the blame onto others? Could it be that you still expect them to reflect on themselves? What kind of thoughts these people had, she was all too clear. Luo Peishan admitted that his old wife was right. How is Laoi doing in the Ministry of Personnel? The main officials of the Ministry of Personnel all have something on them that Jin Qinhuang has in his hands. Today, he gave it all to me. Old Madame Luo moved. These things that could be used against them wouldn't be a small matter. Once it was revealed, there was a high chance that they wouldn't be able to keep their position and might even lose their heads. However, The Ministry of Personnel should also have Jin Qinhuang's people. Are you not planning on letting them know your position? Letting you threaten and torment them? However, this is also good. For you, it's the safest. Jin Qinhuang is very meticulous in his work. From what I see, even those who work for him don't know each other's details, not to mention the small officials below. I'm afraid that they don't even know who they are working for. Old Madame Luo sighed. Everyone in the world knows that Jin Qinhuang has nothing but a body of skin, and his reputation is so bad that no one can compare to it. Who would have thought that he hid it so deeply, grasped so many things, and completely contrary to the rumors, kept himself clean and honest? Towards Wan, he is even more. A man like him, even if he gets what he wants, his thoughts will fade, but towards Wan, he shouldn't be too bad. Putting aside his identity, there's no one more suitable for Wan than him in other aspects. But Zheng Min and Sun Yilin. Madame Luo immediately waved her hand to interrupt him. Two grown men, it's just breaking off an engagement. It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh. Luo Peishan looked at his old wife speechlessly. The point is that both of them are deeply in love with the third girl. So what? Would Wan marry anyone who liked Wan? If it's possible, I don't mind Wan marrying them all back. Madame Luo threatened valiantly. Luo Peishan looked at Madame Luo in disbelief. You what? Luo Peishan felt that at this moment, she didn't give in at all. Forget it. I won't argue with you about this. I just feel that Jin Qinhuang is scheming against them and is completely kept in the dark. It's a little pitiful. Pitiful for someone like Jin Qinhuang, for other men to peep at the person in his heart. He didn't give Chun Jingmin a princess and cut off his future. It's already very benevolent. Luo Peishan looked at her as if he was looking at a monster. Then he thought carefully. His mother, what his old wife said, seemed to be right. Even if it was an ordinary man, if someone else peeped at his wife, they would probably fly into a rage and hate that they couldn't get rid of them quickly. And for someone like Jin Qinhuang, it looked like he was outstanding in all kinds of ways, and he had the ability to completely eradicate those people one by one. Looking at it this way, he was indeed very benevolent. With such a comparison, Luo Peishan didn't feel that they were pitiful. He only felt that they were really lucky. Not to mention that they still had their lives. Their future was also not damaged. This point didn't seem to be certain. When Jin Qinhuang took power in the future, he didn't know if he would still feel that they were an eyesore and make things difficult for them. Luo Peishan smiled embarrassedly. Foreign, Zheng Min is your grandnephew. Wan is my grandson. He has taken care of me in every possible way for many years. Luo Peishan, Luo Darren chose to keep quiet. He already understood that as long as it was related to the third girl in front of his old wife, he had to stand aside. What did other people count for? Occasionally, when he thought of this, he felt bitter. Knowing the details from Luo Peishan, Madame Luo's heart inexplicably settled down completely. Thinking carefully from the beginning, she was uneasy about Jingwan's marriage. She always felt that it wouldn't go smoothly. It turned out that there really was a reason for it. Now, she didn't need to think about anything. Let nature take its course. The husband and wife talked about other things, but it was warm and tranquil. However, on the side of the third branch, it wasn't so tranquil. Without saying anything, Lu Shi directly used the feather duster to give Luo Jingying a good beating. At first, Luo Jingying still wanted to run. Kneel properly for me. If you dare to hide or run, I will immediately go find old Foreign and have you, this evil creature, eliminated from the clan. This threat was very effective. Luo Jingying was beaten until she screamed, but she didn't dare to get up. She kept begging for mercy, but unfortunately, it didn't have any effect. She also didn't beg for mercy. She shrunk her body and gritted her teeth to endure. Luo Rongping just watched indifferently from the side, not saying a word. Until Lu Shi was tired of beating, she casually threw the feather duster away. Now, tell me everything clearly. Now, Luo Jingying didn't dare to hide anything. Luo Romping originally thought that she had hooked up with someone else. He didn't expect that it was Prince Rue. His originally gloomy face suddenly brightened up. Since father only grounded her, then it must be Prince Rue who sent him a message. Now, the matter has been settled. You should teach her how to serve Prince Rue in the future. Also, her injuries should be healed quickly. If Prince Rue comes to pick her up one day, what will happen to her body with injuries? In any case, she's a girl. You were too cruel just now. Then, he flicked his sleeves and left. Lucia didn't have any expression. She was probably numb to it. I saw it. This is your father. Selfish, hypocritical, and heartless. In his eyes, you're just a chess piece to seek glory, splendor, and wealth. When you're useful, you can barely be regarded as a treasure. When you're useless, you're even worse than a blade of grass. Luo Jingying endured the pain and lowered her head in silence. If you like Prince Rue, mother won't object. Even if you get close to him, it's fine. But you're so stupid to give your body to him at this time. Originally, you had some value, but now... Lucia sneered. Don't you know how many people want to cling onto our family after your grandfather was promoted to the Minister of Personnel, including those princes? You girls of the right age, the marriage of a girl is the best bargaining chip. If you keep him hanging, he may welcome you as a concubine in the end. But now, you can only wait to be carried in a small broken sedan chair. Moreover, if Princess Ray doesn't let go of the matter of you losing your virginity before marriage, then you can forget about turning over a new leaf in this lifetime. Mother, that won't happen. Prince Rue likes me. How can he let his princess control me? Luo Jingying said, while shaking her head. She looked really pitiful. Likes you? Even if he likes you, it's because of your grandfather. Even if he really likes you, if a man can like one woman, he can like 2, 3, 4, and countless women. It's common for him to like the new and dislike the old. Who do you think you are? Why can you be the one and only one? Why can't they get along well because of you? If he knows that you have no place in your grandfather's heart, I'm afraid you'll give your body to him in vain. No, he won't do that to me. Luo Jingying cried miserably, but Lucia looked at her as if she was watching a clown. Do you know what a man will do if he really likes a woman? One thing is certain, at least he won't let that woman's reputation be damaged. Unless it's a prostitute, he won't be impatient to take her body. You're a good girl, and a girl from an official's family. He's doing this to tie you down completely. He has no other choice but to prevent your grandfather from not agreeing to marry you to him. If your grandfather is cruel, you'll either be a Buddhist monk for the rest of your life, or you'll have to marry into a poor family and work hard for the rest of your life. It can't be, it can't be. Luo Jingying repeated these 3 words over and over again, but she looked like she was about to collapse. It was obvious that she actually believed the Lu matriarch's words. No matter how hard she tried to talk, she couldn't hide the fear in her heart. Whether it will happen or not, just wait and see. Luo Jingying suffered again and again, but she never learned her lesson. She didn't know how to be smart, but she always thought she was smart. She never knew how to talk to her mother first. Now, Lucia's heart was cold. She was too lazy to pay attention to her anymore. She had completely lost hope in her. Lucia rearranged some people to her courtyard. She didn't give any less than what she deserved. She only had one rule. If she stepped out of the courtyard without permission, whoever let her out would be beaten to death immediately. The next day, when she paid her respects, she didn't see Luo Jingying again. Lucia's face was wooden. She said that she was sick. Jingwan felt that Luo Jingying probably did something wrong again. However, Jingwan always felt that the way her grandmother looked at her was a bit strange. It made her feel strange. Grandmother, what's the matter? Old Madame Luo chuckled twice. Grandmother thinks, our Wan is really a good girl. Even someone like Jin Xin Wang could think about her. It showed that this girl was really outstanding. Jingwan became more and more inexplicable, but old Madame Luo refused to say anything more. Wang Shi, who usually came first, was the last to arrive today. However, little Wang Shi also came. This was also the first time Jingwan saw her after the last makeup incident. Her complexion looked good, her spirit was still good, and there was a faint smile in her eyes. It seemed that she was really getting better. Old Madame Luo looked at her carefully. So, it's really the makeup powder's doing? I think it's not far from the truth. It's only been 10 days, but she's getting better. She herself also feels a lot more relaxed. Wang Shi looked at Jingwan gratefully. It's all thanks to third girl. Otherwise, I don't know what the final result would be. Eldest Aunt's words are too serious. I just touched my lips. I didn't do anything. Jingwan was actually not so optimistic. If it was really lead poisoning, the child would be affected for a long time. She didn't know if it would affect the child's development. But you just touch your lips, and it's more effective than anything else. Little Wang Shi touched her belly with a smile. Good child, you have to be filial to your third aunt in the future. Jingwan laughed. Since eldest sister-in-law said so, then I'll wait. She naturally also hoped that the child would be born safely and healthily. Except for those who didn't have any thoughts, everyone else was talking and laughing with Lele. Jingwan went back and continued to draw. She was preparing to teach the third 50th volume of fine brushwork. Luo Jingbo was also busy with this matter when he had time. His speed and drawing skills had improved, so Jingwan could relax a little. Miss Rouge Pavilion sent something. Oh, Jingwan was surprised. She didn't expect Yin Yang to act so quickly. Quick, let me have a look. In addition to the loose box, there were 3 sets of hardcover. Jingwan looked at the hardcover box and was speechless for a long time. How much was Yin Yang going to sell this set? The jade box was carved out of a whole piece of jade. It was full of water, crystal clear, and exquisite in shape. In addition to the beautiful external decoration, the pure box was also inlaid with large and small gems. The wooden box was made of the best red sandalwood, and the external decoration was also exquisitely carved. Just these 3 boxes could be said to be priceless. It's so good. How many sets can be sold? Mama laughed. Miss, don't worry. This was originally prepared for a very small number of people. I think Rouge Pavilion didn't prepare much. After doing business for so many years, it's impossible that they don't even know this. Mama, you're right. I just need to sit and distribute the money. Jingwan opened a loose box of lipstick, unscrewed the lid, smeared a little on the back of her hand, and smelled it. It's not bad. There are a lot of loose ones. Send some to each branch. The sandalwood set is for grandmother, the jade set is for my mother, and the gold set is for third sister-in-law. In the family, except for Luo Jingying, everyone has a quota. For those who are married, regardless of whether they are aunts or sisters, they will be counted according to the number of people. I will give cousin Qiao Qiao a separate set. Of course, even in the Luo family, there was no concubine share. Gong Mama nodded. This was the best. The situation of the married families was different. There would be gossip whether they gave more or less. Therefore, it was up to them how to deal with it. As for the 3 exquisite sets, Miss did not keep any of them. Gong Mama did not have any objection. Jingwan's gifts were generally good. Today's gifts were naturally very popular, especially when they saw the 3 exquisite sets. Third Miss was really generous. She gave such things away without batting an eyelid. It would be a lie to say that they were not envious. However, it was a pity that these things belonged to Jingwan. It was her freedom to give them to whoever she wanted. No one could say anything. Luo Jingying and Little Wang did not. However, no one said anything about Jingwan's opinion of Little Wang. Everyone saw that Little Wang was getting better. It was all thanks to Third Mississippi. Those who secretly gossiped secretly slapped their own faces. However, the ridicule towards Luo Jingying went up a notch. Luo Jingying had brought it all on herself. The next day, Luo Jingxiang came back. She looked good. It was obvious that this second reincarnation might be a rebirth for her. Madame Lu said a few words to her and did not say anything more. Go and see your concubine. Then come back and talk to your sisters. Madame Luo said. Yes. Luo Jingxiang was happy. Madame Luo's move was undoubtedly a slap to Madame Lu's face. Concubine Hua was still in confinement. When Luo Jingxiang got married, she was not able to come out. Madame Luo was undoubtedly doing her a favor. However, Madame Lu's expression only changed. She did not say anything. Her position was getting more and more precarious. If she dared to challenge Madame Luo's authority, she would be courting death. The new son-in-law of the Luo family was dragged away by several brothers-in-law to have a talk. But before Luo Jingxiang came back from her concubine's place, a servant hurriedly came to report. Madame Luo, there's a girl outside. She is directly kneeling in front of the gate. We can't invite her in, but she refuses to leave. She said that she wants third miss to give her a way out. Madame Luo's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously said 2 words, "Here it comes." Everyone looked at each other and then looked at Jingwan. What was going on? Jingwan was also confused. What did she get involved with people's lives? Let's go and see. Madame Luo stood up. Jingwan also stood up. Grandmother, I'll go too. Madame Luo frowned slightly. She had already guessed what it was about. Naturally, she did not want Jingwan to get involved. But she also knew Jingwan's temper. How could she persuade her? She could not tell the truth. Then let's go. It must be said that the place where the Luo residence was located was not a restricted area of the prince's residence. Although there were no peddlers hawking their wares, there were still quite a number of people walking around. Naturally, there would be quite a number of people gathering around the kneeling woman. There was a lot of discussion and pointing fingers. Luo Peishan had only been promoted to Minister of Personnel for a few days, and such a thing happened. Could it be that one of the Luo family's men got into trouble? If it was Luo Shangshu, then there would be a lot of fun to watch. Besides Jingwan, there were other people who followed Madame Luo out. Madame Luo did not stop them. It seemed that as soon as the girls saw Jingwan, she directly knelt in front of Jingwan and began to kowtow. Jingwan's eyebrows twitched. Was she trying to shorten her lifespan? Old Madame Luo was even more furious. Pull her up. 2 servant girls hurried forward, each holding one arm, trying to pull her up by force. I'm pregnant, don't touch me. The girl reached out and pushed them away. This time, the servant girls did not dare to touch her, and the scene suddenly froze. The girl knelt on the ground, but did not continue to kowtow. She looked straight at Jingwan. Third Miss Luo, I promise not to fight or snatch. In the future, I will serve you well. I only ask that you be merciful, take pity on the child in my belly, and let it live. I beg you. Enough. Jingwan's face was cold. Sunyuans? The others were still confused, but when they heard Jingwan's words, they immediately understood everything. They looked at each other. The girl lowered her eyes. Yes. https://www.yangwaiwo.com/11/11807/6653067 www.yangwaiwo.com yangwaiwo.com. Chapter 134. Because she didn't raise her head, she could only see the tears falling down. She looked so wronged. Sometimes, Jingwan wondered if she was too easygoing. That was why people always wanted to step on her. Come, prepare a carriage and send this girl to Duke Dingwa's mansion. No, third Miss Luo, Master Lin doesn't like me. If I go to Duke Dingwa's mansion, he will definitely make me abort the baby. I've been in love with him since I was 12 years old, but I know I'm not qualified to be his wife. I want to forget him, but I can't. Because of fate, I had a short-lived marriage. I thought it was enough. I was willing to die immediately. I was ready to leave the capital and live a life of Buddha. But the woman covered her belly and said carefully, I know it's all my fault, but the baby is innocent. Can you keep it? I'm willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. If you can't tolerate me, I can leave after giving birth to the baby. I promise I won't appear again. Otherwise, I'll leave the baby and leave the mother. What does this have to do with me? Jingwan said lightly. The woman was stunned. You are his fiancée, his future wife. If you are willing to keep the baby, then I believe he will also. Jingwan suddenly smiled. What makes you think I will? Wan. Madame Luo stopped her. She had already expected what Jingwan would say next. If she really said it, it would be bad for her reputation. Although Madame Luo didn't worry about her marriage at all, it was still very annoying to be gossiped about by outsiders. She pulled Jingwan back and took a step forward, just blocking half of Jingwan's body. Jingwan also knew Madame Luo's intention, so she obediently stepped back. Look at you. You don't want to enter the Luo family, and you don't want to leave without achieving your goal. Fine, you don't want her face. It doesn't matter if our Luo family loses some face. The woman bit her lip, humiliation flashing in her eyes. Madame Luo was unmoved, since you can recognize our third daughter at a glance. I think you must have more than met her before. You must have some understanding of her. I think you're not a commoner girl. Tell me, which family are you from? You don't dare to look for the Ding general manor, but you look for our Luo family. Do you think that our Luo family is easy to bully? There was just a shameless person who ruined the family's reputation, and now there was another one who came to embarrass Wanwan. Madame Luo was burning with anger at this moment. I'd like to see which family taught such a good girl like you. Old madam, I know you're very angry, but I had no choice. I had no choice but to resort to this. Which family are you from? Madame Luo raised her voice, her eyes cold. My father, Right Commander-in-Chief Shen Shan. Right Commander-in-Chief Shen Shan was the cousin of noble consort Su's uncle. He was noble consort Su's hardcore supporter. Thinking about it, this was a concubine's daughter, and the kind that wasn't very well liked. After all, even if the Shun family and the Ding general manor were enemies and the younger generation didn't interact much, Sun Yijia wouldn't be so ignorant of the Shun family's legitimate daughter. Right Commander-in-Chief? Good, very good. Men, go to the Right Commander-in-Chief's manor and the Ding general manor and invite the two madams to the manor for a chat. Madame Luo made a prompt decision. This was no longer a matter of one or two people, but involved the three major families. To put it more bluntly, it could be involved in all kinds of conspiracies and schemes in the imperial court. Perhaps it was just for Wanwan, but to raise the Luo family's reputation, it was to minimize the impact on Wanwan as much as possible. It must be known that cutting a person's face and cutting a family's face were two different things. If it wasn't handled well, they might become enemies. Madame Luo didn't know what role Jin Xinwang played in this. Was he the one who planned it from the beginning to the end? Or was it just like Min Gear's matter, where he was the one who pushed it? However, thinking about it, the latter was more likely. After all, if it was completely planned, it would be easy to see that it was man-made. Then, it wouldn't achieve the desired effect. Moreover, according to his care for Wanwan, even if it was to disrupt the marriage, he wouldn't have disgraced Wanwan like this. Madame Luo coldly glanced at this Miss Shun, then turned around. Her expression eased a little, and she reached out to take Jingwan's hand. Let's go. Let's go back with grandmother. Jingwan followed her hand and hooked her arm around hers. Madame Luo patted her hand. Jingwan gently smiled. To be slapped in the face like this, it was certain that she would be angry, but she wasn't sad. In fact, Jingwan's first reaction was probably as sister-in-law wished, the engagement would be broken off. Things had already turned out like this. It would be strange if the engagement could still be maintained. Thinking about it, if she dared to come directly to the Luo family, she must have something to rely on. This reliance definitely wasn't the Shun family. She was afraid that at this time, the Shun family still didn't know. After all, the Shun family still wanted to win over the Luo family. To dare to come here and slap in the face like this and offend the Luo family, unless her brain was muddled, then her escape route could only be from the Duke Dingwafu, who in the Duke Dingwafu didn't find her pleasing to the eye. Again and again, did they really think that she couldn't marry and that it had to be her son? Besides, Jingwan really didn't have any interest in being a mother after marrying into the family. Thus, there was nothing to say. Since Madame Luo said to go back, the other members of the Luo family naturally didn't dare to stay any longer. They all went back, and then with a bang, the door was closed tightly. Only Miss Shun was left kneeling alone in the same place, as well as the people who were watching the show from afar. This kind of result was somewhat unexpected. In order to achieve her goal, Miss Shun could be said to be unscrupulous. It should be known that an unmarried pregnancy was fatal for a woman. However, since she dared to do so, she naturally had her own confidence. Because of their different standpoints, the Shun family and the Duc d'Anguifu could be said to be like fire and water. It was impossible for the two families to be close, let alone be married. However, in this case, she was pregnant with Sun Yilin's child. This child was her bargaining chip and also an excuse for the Shun family to find trouble with the Duc d'Anguifu. In this way, even if she implicated the reputation of the other girls in the Shun family, in order to clear the Shun family's reputation, she would not be punished by her family. Her family would even spare no effort to send her to the Duc d'Anguifu. This was enough. After entering the Duc d'Anguifu, she didn't have to worry about the child because the Duchess of Ding had promised her that the child would be born safely. She would become the concubine of the man she liked, and the child would not be criticized. Moreover, the Duchess of Ding didn't like the third girl of the Luo family, so it was really hard to say what would happen in the future. Thinking of this, she, who had been embarrassed because of being pointed out by others, felt relieved. She clenched the purse at her waist, in which there was a warm jade half the size of a palm. Miss Shun was confident, but she didn't know the most important point. That was, the man she liked happened to like the third girl of the Luo family. 99% of the women in the backyard had a foothold because of their husbands. Even if she entered the Duc d'Anguifu, Sun Yilin would probably want to strangle her to death when he saw her. Wan, what do you think about this matter? What else is there to think about? Of course, Jingwan looked at Madame Luo and paused. Grandmother, you can deal with it as you see fit. Okay, I understand. This marriage was bound to be annulled, and Madame Luo also saw the same meaning in Jingwan's eyes. So it couldn't be better. Madame Ding had been prepared. As soon as she received the news, she calmly came to the Luo family with people. When the wife of the right governor heard the news, she was stunned at first and then burned with anger, but soon calmed down. How to protect the reputation of the Shun family to the greatest extent and how to get the greatest benefits from it. Quickly send someone to the Yamen to report this matter to the master. At this time, Luo Peishan had already received the news. In fact, before he came out, Madame Luo had already sent someone to inform him. The content of the message was that a girl came to the door and begged the third girl to give her a way out. In fact, whether it was Madame Luo's mother or the errand boy, they didn't quite understand Madame Luo's intention. She directly came to the master without knowing anything about the situation. However, Luo Peishan understood everything after hearing this. So, Lord Luo, who still had nothing to do for the time being, openly left early. Since entering the palace early in the morning, Sun Yilin inexplicably felt a little irritable. No matter what he did, he couldn't calm down. As time went by, this situation didn't get better, but became more and more serious. He covered his heart, which was full of panic and uneasiness. He always felt that something was going to happen, something very serious. Lu Qingdi saw that he was distracted again and frowned. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Yilin, are you not feeling well? Sun Yilin came back to his senses and hurriedly got up to apologize. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Lu Qingdi waved his hand. If you're not feeling well, you could go back first. Sun Yilin thought for a moment. It was good to go out of the palace and see what happened. Anyway, he couldn't do anything in his current state. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sun Yilin tidied up, bowed to Lu Qingdi, and left. Sun Yilin went home as fast as he could. The gatekeeper was very surprised to see him come home at this time, but his eyes were full of a different meaning. If there was nothing, Sun Yilin would write his name upside down. What happened? The gatekeeper stammered and couldn't say 1, 2, 3. Speak quickly, Sun Yilin said sternly. The gatekeeper was shocked. People say that people who don't get angry are the scariest when they get angry. He hurriedly spilled the beans and explained the matter clearly. After Sun Yilin heard, his vision went black and he almost fell to the ground. The first thing that came to his mind wasn't when he slept with a girl and made her pregnant, but that he might lose Jingwan. His servant hurriedly reached out to help him. Young master, are you okay? Sun Yilin pushed his servant away. My mother went to the Luo family. The gatekeeper hurriedly nodded. Madam went to the Luo family for a while. She should be here soon. Sun Yilin turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the door, he turned back and walked quickly to old Madam Sun's courtyard. Obviously, old Madam Sun already knew about this matter and was sitting in the corridor, lost in thought. Sun Yilin walked over, lifted his clothes, and knelt down. Grandmother, don't beg me. It's useless. I can't help you. It's not like third Miss Luo has to marry no one but you. Your mother is just a prospective mother-in-law now, but she has to keep making other girls unhappy and humiliating them. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't marry into the family. Probably only your mother is self-righteous and thinks that no matter what she does, she can't ruin this marriage. Sun Yilin's heart was filled with hatred and pain. Grandson will take his leave. He got up and hurried to the Luo family. The wife of the right governor and the wife of Duke Ding arrived at the Luo family almost at the same time. The two of them did a good job of saving face, but their eyes had already fought back and forth several times. Not only were the two of them on different sides, but they were also sworn enemies. Old Madame Luo's gaze fell on a girl who was still kneeling. The Shen family really knows how to raise girls. Shameless, climbing into her son's bed while he was drunk, bitch. That's not as good as the wife of Duke Ding's son. Wantonly seducing girls. Where was his upbringing? The number one young master in the capital. The number one gentleman in the capital. You. The wife of Duke Ding knew some of the truth, but she couldn't say it out loud. She had to pretend that she was the only one who knew about this matter, or else it would expose what she had done. Please enter the house, madams. A mother next to old Madame Luo also had a cold expression. I think Miss Shun is probably willing to get up now. The Luo family can't do something like forcing an outsider to have an abortion medicine. The wife of the right governor was somewhat embarrassed at this moment. No matter what, this was still a member of their Shun family. She really wanted to slap her to death. A bitch was a bitch, actually looking for trouble. Get up. Who are you waiting for to help you? When she turned to the mother again, she knew that she was in the wrong, so she put on a smile on her face. Please lead the way. Miss Shun had been kneeling for so long that her legs had long gone numb. When she got up, she staggered, but no one reached out to help her. She stood up 2 or 3 times. Feeling a faint pain in her lower abdomen, she couldn't help but panic. Before she came, she was afraid that something would happen, so she specially took pregnancy medicine. If the child was gone, she would be completely finished. Madam, my stomach hurts. It's good that she's dead. Once and for all, bear with it. The wife of the right governor said coldly. Miss Shun's face turned pale. She was resentful and angry. She couldn't help but look at Duchess Ding. Unfortunately, Duchess Ding didn't even look at her at this time. The reason why she helped Miss Shun was just to make Jingwan lose face. As for the child in her belly, it was not legitimate. It was just a bastard. As for the possibility that it was not her son, she didn't think that would happen. Miss Shun couldn't help but feel hatred in her heart. The two parties were led into the gate, but before the door was closed, they heard the rapid sound of horse hooves. Whoosh, Duchess Ding said softly and immediately turned around. When she saw her son turn over and dismount from the horse, she was angry and guilty. She was angry because he still valued his fiancée more than anyone else. She was guilty because if someone found out what she had done. Yilin, are you not used to the palace at this time? Why are you here? Sun Yilin looked at Duchess Ding expressionlessly. In fact, he wanted to ask her, do you think everyone is a fool? This matter did not require any evidence at all. Anyone with half a brain would be able to figure out who had done it. He looked away from Duchess Ding and met Miss Shun's eager eyes. I don't even know when I slept with a woman and got pregnant with a bastard. The killing intent in Sun Yilin's eyes and his rude words were like a basin of ice water poured on Miss Shun's heart. The eagerness in her eyes quickly receded and tears gathered in her eyes. However, she bit her lip tightly and didn't cry. The wife of the right governor wanted to satirize Sun Yilin, but she didn't say anything in the end. You'd better go in first. Seeing Sun Yilin appear together, the Luo family was surprised. Well, they were all here. Chapter 135. Madame Luo patted Jingwan's hand and said, Wan, you can go back first. Jingwan nodded and stood up. I'll take my leave. After taking 2 steps, she paused again and said, Sister-in-law, come with me. She held Sun Yijia's hand with a little force. Sun Yijia finally left with her, but her eyes were always on Duchess Ding. There was unspeakable pain and endless coldness in her eyes. Then, it became indifferent little by little until her sight was completely blocked. It seemed that she had been completely isolated from her feelings for her. At this moment, Sun Yijia no longer had any hope for her mother. In her heart, she was nothing. Duchess Ding's heart couldn't help but tremble because of Sun Yijia's eyes. She didn't quite understand what was going on, but she was also quite angry. Was that the way a daughter should look at her mother? Jingwan's departure, in Sun Yilan's eyes, was like a farewell. Jingwan, he subconsciously wanted to chase after her, but he was blocked. Miss Shen looked at Sun Yilan's painful appearance, and her heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have made a big mistake. With how much he cared about his fiancée, even if she entered Duke Dinghu's mansion, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get away with it. She squeezed the purse at her waist tightly. How could she not know that she had been used by Duchess Ding? What should she do now? Should she give up and win back a little bit of his affection? Or should she become his woman, even if he hated her to death? She felt the pain in her lower abdomen become more intense. Miss Shen's heart was in a mess, but her official mother, the wife of the right governor, was very clear-headed. Without saying a word, she apologized to Madame Luo first and lowered her posture. No matter how they argued with Duke Dinghu's mansion, for the Luo family, they were indeed in the wrong. If she still couldn't recognize this at this time, then her position as the wife of the right governor would be in vain. However, she used to think that Duchess Ding was on par with her. Through this matter, she suddenly felt that it was beneath her to compete with her in the past. That's right, Duchess Ding's role in this matter was also clear to her in a very short time. The attitude of the wife of the right governor's wife made Madame Luo feel a little better, but only a little. His icy gaze landed on Miss Shen. Bring a chair for Miss Shen and remember to put a soft cushion on it. Then, call for a doctor to take Miss Shen's pulse. Otherwise, if anything happens to the child in her stomach, it might spread that our Luo family is overbearing and intolerant. This girl hasn't even married into her husband's family yet, but she's already starting to make a move on an outsider. Madame Luo's words were not polite at all. It was definitely not just 1 or 2 people who were embarrassed. The one who hated her the most was Sun Yilan. He still didn't believe that this was his child. He usually didn't drink much. It was true that he was easily drunk, but he had never been completely drunk. Moreover, whether in the city or out of the city, he was always by his side. How could this daughter of a concubine of the Shen family have the ability to come to his side? Not to mention that the people around him had always been loyal to him. Even if they had been bribed, did they think that he was dead? Someone had climbed into his bed and slept with him. How could he not have any impression of it? Madame Luo waved her hand. You don't have to say anything. You should know what's going on in your heart. Your marriage with Wan was also our family's fault in the first place. It was they who chose Sun Yilan and took the initiative to find him. Sun Yilan had already heard the implied meaning. In an instant, his face turned pale. Madame Luo, I don't know this girl at all. The child in her stomach can't be mine. Sun Yilan was anxious to explain. His eyes were weak and his voice was pleading. He didn't want to be sentenced to death like this. It wasn't easy for him to get married. He didn't want to lose it because of some inexplicable reason. He clearly didn't do anything. Seeing him like this, Madame Luo's heart couldn't bear it for a moment. However, this marriage must be cancelled. At the beginning of the marriage discussion, Duchess Ding's actions made people very dissatisfied. In the end, how long had it been? It hadn't even been 10 days, and she started to make trouble again. In this way, if Wan really married over, could she still have a peaceful day? Besides, if they didn't withdraw, Madame Luo couldn't guarantee that Jin Xinwang wouldn't directly kill Sun Yilan. After all, his previous fiancés, except for Sun Yijia, didn't have a good ending. And Sun Yijia was able to withdraw unscathed. most likely because of Wan's relationship. It was enough to show how ruthless Jin Qin Wang was to people who blocked his path. And Sun Yilan's denial to Miss Chun was undoubtedly a sharp blade that directly pierced her heart. It hurt so much that she trembled. Lin Gongzi, it doesn't matter if you deny me, but the child is indeed yours. Sun Yilan looked at her coldly. Mine? What evidence do you have to prove that it's mine? There's a red mole on your inner thigh. Miss Chun blurted out. As soon as these words came out, Sun Yilan's expression twisted for a moment, which proved that what she said was true. Everyone subconsciously thought that the child should be Sun Yilan's. After all, such a private place, how could people who didn't have intimate relations know about it? So what? There's not just one or two people who know about this. Of course, the mole on his leg was there when he was born. Not to mention his own mother and wet nurse. There were also many servant girls. When he was a child, who didn't know about it? Miss Chun seemed to have no way to refute, and tears fell down her face. Although he didn't keep that piece of jade with him every day, he had it with him for at least half a month. He just changed it 3 days ago, but now it had become a love token in the hands of a woman he didn't know. She even said that she was pregnant with his child. How ridiculous it was. And the most ridiculous thing was that it was most likely given by his own mother. Was she really his biological mother? How could she do this? Sun Yilan wanted to cry, but he couldn't cry at all. Grandmother was right. Third Miss Luo didn't have to marry only him. Even if she was deeply in love with him, there was still 1 or 2 years before the wedding date. His mother humiliated others again and again. No one would marry into the family, unless it was a pure marriage alliance and didn't consider the family's daughter at all. But was it the Luo family? Not at all. It was clearly their Duke Ding Fu who wanted a rope in the Luo family. It was clearly his deep feelings for the other family's daughter. Old Lady Luo looked on coldly. She didn't expect that Duchess Ding's opinion of Wan would be so big. So, even if this Miss Chun didn't come to the door, even if Jin Qin Wang didn't come, Wan absolutely couldn't marry into Duke Ding Fu. The darling that she held in the palm of her hand like a pearl was not to be humiliated and humiliated. Old Lady Luo's anger at this moment was unprecedentedly high. Her expression became colder and colder. With a gentle push of her hand, the teacup beside her fell to the ground and shattered with a bang. It also made the two people who were tearing at each other forget about it, and couldn't help but withdraw their hands at the same time. Old Lady Luo wiped her hands with a brocade handkerchief, appearing indifferent. I'm sorry, my hand slipped. The doctor hasn't arrived yet? Quickly invite him in and let Miss Chin take a good look. In any case, he is Duke Ding's grandson. Duchess Ding only felt great humiliation, but at this time, she suddenly couldn't speak. Not only because of Old Lady Luo's expression, but also because she inadvertently saw the hatred in her son's eyes. Chapter 136. Luo Peishan was accompanied by Shen Shihan, the governor of the right. When he reported the news to Luo Peishan, he didn't know the specific situation, so he didn't rush back. His speed was about the same as his daily trip. Shen Shihan was different. Although he received the news much later than Luo Peishan, he was faster. They almost met outside the gate of the Luo family. Luo Peishan chuckled. The governor of the right's daughter. Not bad, not bad. How could Shen Shihan not hear the sarcasm in Luo Peishan's words? But he didn't dare to talk back. First, he knew that he was in the wrong and couldn't help being weak. Second, he had seen Luo Peishan's power. If he dared to talk back, he might be scolded by Luo Peishan without any vulgarities. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful along the way. Like his wife, Shen Shihan was calculating how many benefits he could get from Ding General Manor. But now, the most important thing was to appease Luo Peishan's anger against their Shun family. Compared with being the target of Lord Luo's attack at any time and place in the future, he would rather not get any benefits. That wicked girl did such a thing. It was said that men were in charge of external affairs and women were in charge of internal affairs. It was reasonable to say that this marriage was generally handled by the women of the inner residence. But when it involved the face and interests of several families and even factional struggles, it was not the women of the inner residence who had the final say. With the arrival of the two leaders, the atmosphere changed again. It seemed that Ding's general manner seemed to be a little weak. "Madam, what's the matter? Tell me," Luo Peishan said to Madame Luo. Madame Luo first signaled the family doctor to take Miss Shun's pulse, and then briefly explained the matter. "I see." Luo Peishan stroked his beard and glanced at Duchess Ding meaningfully. "Then there's nothing more to say. Let's break off the engagement." He made the final decision. Not to mention the other two families, even the Luo family was very surprised. In the end, at most, Sun Yilin took Miss Shun as a concubine, and the Shun family apologized to the Luo family. It should not affect the marriage between Sun Yilin and Jingwan. Other than Madame Luo, who was still sitting quietly, Sun Yilin was not surprised at all. In fact, when he first heard about this matter, he already had this premonition. He knew very well how much the elders of the Luo family treasured Jingwan. He remembered every word his little sister said to him, and he would never forget the promise he made to her. However, it had only been a few days, and reality had given him a tight slap. Sun Yilin's body swayed. He didn't know if his legs were weak or something else, but he knelt on the ground. "Lord Luo, is there really no way to salvage the situation?" Anyone could feel his pain and despair at this time. Duchess Ding was about to go crazy. Her son had been a proud son of God since he was born. He was neither servile nor overbearing in front of the emperor. He had never been so embarrassed and even servile as he was now. Because of this little bitch of the Luo family, he had broken his bottom line again and made himself look bad several times. She stepped forward and glared at Luo Peishan while grabbing Sun Yilin's arm. "Try and pull him up. Isn't your Luo family going too far?" Luo Peishan laughed, but his eyes were as cold as ice. "Duchess Ding also knows the word going too far. Why didn't you think of this word when you bullied my good grandson? Now you haven't done anything to your son, but you're going too far. Do you really think the Luo family is easy to bully?" Sun Yilin brushed away Duchess Ding's hand. "Lord Luo, I can leave Duke Ding's mansion. I can set up another family." In fact, after listening to his sister's words, he wanted to live alone with Jingwan outside after getting married, but it was not so serious as to set up another family. It could be seen that he was now forced to a dead end. Originally, he thought that he had 2 years to plan this matter, but he was happy for less than 10 days before God completely cut off his path. If Luo Peishan's words were surprising, Sun Yilin's words were absolutely shocking. However, most people didn't understand. How did this relate to setting up another family? Only a few people who could see through this matter clearly knew the extent of Sun Yilin's despair for him to say such words. This time, he was really buried alive by his own mother. Duchess Ding was trembling with anger because of Sun Yilin. She raised her hand and slapped him. "Bastard, you actually said such unfilial words for a woman. I raised you for more than 10 years in vain." Sun Yilin tilted his head, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. It could be seen that Duchess Ding was so angry that she slapped him hard. However, he didn't look at Duchess Ding. She was also his mother. Otherwise, because she was his mother, Luo Peishan was stunned. He ignored Duchess Ding and looked at Sun Yilin with warm eyes. He sighed. "Don't say such stupid things. You should know that it's impossible. No one will allow it." If he really did that, Duchess Ding would probably make a scene. Not to mention the third girl. The whole Luo family would be in chaos. "You are a good boy, but..." He had a mother who was a hindrance. The harem was a woman's world. If her good granddaughter married into Duke Ding's mansion, she would be tortured by her. If she dared to resist, she would be labeled as unfilial. It was not the third girl's fault, but her fault. According to Duchess Ding's current attitude, she might know that family scandals should not be aired in public. If the third girl was unfilial, it would definitely be a hot topic. In this way, how could she have a foothold in the future? Duchess Ding looked at Luo Peishan sarcastically. Lord Luo is good at talking now. It's just that his mouth is sharp, but his education for the younger generation is not good. The girl he taught is a vixen. Not only did she seduce my son like this, but she also made him a jealous woman. She doesn't tolerate anyone at all. At this moment, Luo Peishan couldn't help but be furious. He restrained himself and didn't slap her directly. He was a man. If he fought with a woman who was from another family and a woman appointed by the imperial court, it would be wrong even if it wasn't wrong. But Madame Luo didn't have that scruple. She had been enduring until now. As the saying went, there was no need to endure anymore. She got up, took a few steps forward, and raised her hand to slap her. Duchess Ding was stunned. She had never suffered such a loss since she was born. She raised her hand and was about to hit back. Not to mention that Luo Peishan didn't allow it. Sun Yilin also stood up to stop Duchess Ding. Duchess Ding wanted to push Sun Yilin away like a crazy woman. Madame Luo stood behind Luo Peishan, and her eyes were as sharp as knives. "Come on, beat her out for me." "Beat her out? I'd like to see who dares." "Enough," Sun Yilin said coldly. Duchess Ding looked at her son in disbelief. His mother had suffered a loss. Not only did he not help, but he also dared to say such words. "What did you say?" "I said that's enough." Sun Yilin stood in front of Duchess Ding. He was a head taller than her and looked down at her without any warmth in his eyes. Duchess Ding was stunned and suddenly didn't know what to do. Sun Yilin grabbed her wrist and pulled her out forcefully. He couldn't tolerate his mother's slander of Jingwan. If she was really beaten out, was she not ashamed enough? Duchess Ding wanted to break free from Sun Yilin's hand, but it was like a pair of pliers that she couldn't break free. Sun Yilin walked very quickly. With such a mother, he was ashamed to stand in the Luo family's territory. Duchess Ding couldn't keep up with his speed. She stumbled and looked very embarrassed. She only felt that she had lost all her face today. After leaving the Luo family's gate, Sun Yilin didn't need Duchess Ding to say anything. He directly threw away Duchess Ding's hand, took his horse, turned over, and waved his whip. At this time, Duchess Ding's hair was a little messy. In addition, there was a red palm print on it, which surprised the people outside. Duchess Ding was angry and hateful. She didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly got into the carriage. The servants brought by Duchess Ding didn't dare to breathe at this time. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. In the Luo family's mansion, the Shun family was still awkwardly stored there. No one had expected that things would turn out like this. "Lord Shun, you should take your wife and miss back. It's your business how you make trouble with Duke Ding's mansion. Don't involve our Luo family again." Luo Peishan coldly sent him away. Shen Shuhan repeatedly apologized and said that he would come to apologize on that day. Luo Peishan waved his hand impatiently. From the moment she entered the door to the moment she went out, Miss Shun's pulse was only taken. Other than that, she could only endure the pain. After leaving the Luo family's gate, Shen Shuhan glanced at Miss Shun. "You are very bold." Miss Shun couldn't help but tremble. Facing her own father, she was scared to death. She no longer had the courage to kneel in front of the Luo family's gate and beg. Although Shen Shuhan was a military general, the education he received since childhood and his own thoughts were typical of a scholar official. He paid attention to the hierarchy of the concubines. He had many concubines and many children, but he always respected his wife and valued his sons. He was a little better to the sons of the concubines. As for the daughters of the concubines, he basically ignored them. If his wife was cruel, none of the daughters of the concubines could live. However, the wife of the right governor was more open-minded because she knew very well that Shen Shuhan only respected her, but didn't love her. His heart was filled with his childhood sweetheart, his cousin, the current imperial concubine Su. The Shen family wholeheartedly assisted Prince Rue, which was not without this layer of reason. Her status was stable, so she didn't expect love. As for the children of the concubines, she didn't like them, but she didn't treat them harshly. it was still useful to use them for marriage. A good marriage was also a great help for her son. When you go back, explain the ins and outs of the matter clearly. If you are smart, you should know whether to tell the truth or lie. Shen Shuhan's tone was still as usual, but it was because of this that Miss Shun became more and more afraid. She didn't expect it to end like this. She originally thought that Duchess Ding was dissatisfied with her future daughter-in-law, so she didn't lose face. And she could get what she wanted, so she came to the Luo family. Although she also thought about damaging the reputation of the other girls of the Shun family, her father and the others would always find a way to redeem it. However, Duchess Ding turned hostile and refused to admit it. She was even more shocked by Master Lin's infatuation with the Luo family's third daughter. Not only that, the Luo family's love for her daughter was something she didn't even dare to imagine. How could a person like Master Lin break off the engagement just like that? At this time, the backyard of the Luo family was strangely quiet. The two masters with the highest status were in a state of anger, so the servants naturally didn't dare to speak carelessly. If they were heard, they would definitely suffer. Today's Luo Jingxiang's return was originally a happy occasion, but they didn't expect it to turn out like this. In fact, many people suspected that the other party probably deliberately chose this day to come to the Luo family. Jingwan and Sun Yijia both heard that Jingwan didn't do anything, but Sun Yijia couldn't help crying. Jingwan hurriedly wiped her tears with a brocade handkerchief. Don't cry, don't cry. I didn't cry. Why are you crying? Sun Yijia reached out and hugged Jingwan, crying uncontrollably. Jingwan let her hug her and patted her back gently. She knew that Duchess Ding's actions hurt Sun Yijia a lot. After this time, she was afraid that she would be completely desperate. To be honest, it was really unexpected that Duchess Ding would do this. What was she thinking? Sun Yijia stopped crying with difficulty, but her eyes were red. Sister Wan, don't hate me. Don't dislike me. She has never considered me. She has never cared about me. From then on, Sun Yijia wouldn't step half a step into Duke Ding's mansion unless it was necessary. It was even equivalent to unilaterally cutting off ties with Duke Ding's mansion. Everyone was well aware of who Sun Yijia was referring to. I've said before, you are you, and she is she. Sister-in-law, you just have to live a good life with my third brother. Sun Yijia nodded. She knew very well that if it were another family, she would have been isolated and helpless. Little sister Wan, my fifth brother isn't that kind of person. That child is definitely not his. Furthermore, he always has people by his side. How could he be so easily tricked by others? Furthermore, he knows his own situation and has always been very careful with his belongings. The people around him definitely wouldn't dare to do anything like stealing. However, as the saying goes, guard day and night, the family. Sun Yijia couldn't finish her sentence. How ironic. You trampled on your future daughter-in-law's face. Didn't you think about your son's face? Or did you really think that no matter how embarrassing your son was, he would always be in high demand? Jingwan was silent. She was his mother, the person closest to him. She had always doted on and protected him like a precious pearl. As his son, he could guard against anyone but her, right? Not to mention that she had only taken something behind his back. Even if she had asked for it in front of him, she would at most feel strange and ask for it. She could easily dismiss you with a casual sentence. She had never done anything before. Could you suspect that she had ulterior motives? Absolutely not. No matter how smart and alert a person was, they would fall for it. Therefore, Sun Yilin was really very innocent in this matter. He had been schemed against by his mother too miserably. Sister Wan, it's not that I don't want you to break off the engagement. It's best if you break off the engagement. I just don't want you to misunderstand fifth brother. After all, he treats you. It's probably nothing if the whole world misunderstands him. But if you misunderstand him, he will definitely feel more pain than being stabbed with a knife. Fifth brother was already very pitiful. Sun Yijia didn't want to rub salt in his wound anymore. This salt especially couldn't be sprinkled by Sister Wan. Otherwise, he would really be in so much pain that he wanted to die. The siblings were born noble and were favored by the heavens. However, now that they had fallen to such a state, everything happened to be brought to them by the person who originally doted on them the most. What could be more ironic and painful in the world than this? She was lucky. Not only did she not fall into the mire, but she also obtained happiness. However, her fifth brother lacked that luck. She really didn't dare to imagine what would happen to fifth brother in the future. I know, as the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. Although Jingwan was in the game, she was not bewitched by Sun Yilin. Therefore, she saw the whole thing very clearly. Sun Yijia saw that Jingwan was calm and composed. He sighed silently in his heart. In the end, fifth brother and her were not fated to be together. The servants of Duke Dingwa's mansion first saw the fifth young master return in a hurry with a red mark on his face. When Madame returned, they watched her sneak back to her courtyard. The servants who followed her didn't dare to breathe loudly. This trip to the Luo family was probably so satisfying. The people in the other rooms were gloating. However, they all knew very well that now was not the time to go to the door and watch a show. If they were not careful, they would get into trouble. Duchess Ding changed her clothes, redid her makeup, applied medicine on her face, and covered it with makeup powder. However, because it was a little swollen, it was still very obvious. She hated it to death in her heart and was even more depressed. Knowing that Sun Yilin was in his own courtyard, she looked at the bruises on his wrist. Her good son was an ingrate. She rushed over angrily. However, she didn't expect to be stopped at the gate of the courtyard. The furious Duchess Ding slapped him. The manservant guarding the gate of the courtyard was also depressed. It was an unexpected disaster, but he didn't dare to continue to stop her. Sun Yilin stood by the flowers in a daze. He didn't change his clothes and didn't apply medicine on his face. You unfilial son, how dare you let someone stop me outside? You're really strong. How dare you do such a thing? Sun Yilin didn't pay attention to her at all, let alone salute and greet her. Duchess Ding's chest heaved up and down. She really felt that she was about to die of anger. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Look, what's there to see? It's just these flowers and plants all day long. I'll burn them all with fire. Sun Yilin finally looked at her. His eyes were unusually cold. After looking at her for a moment, he said, I won't stop you. I won't let you take my things and give them to those women who came out of nowhere. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean I took your things? Duchess Ding couldn't help but feel guilty about this. Mother, do you think everyone is a fool? Do you think I can't guess what you did in it? I didn't. Duchess Ding hurriedly denied it. Huh. Sun Yilin laughed sarcastically and with indescribable bitterness. You know best whether you did or not. I don't even know what Jingwan did to make you hate her. In order to humiliate her, you could admit that the bastard of an unknown origin was your son's child. You even took my things to her as proof. When you did this, did you think of me? Now, the engagement is going to be annulled. She won't marry into Duke Ding's mansion anymore. Are you finally satisfied? It's best if it's annulled. That shameless vixen. You used to listen to me, but since you met her, you've become disobedient and unfilial. You even made me prepare to propose marriage when I didn't know anything about it. What do you think of me? Also, with her low status, how could she be a match for you? Now I can see that she's jealous and doesn't tolerate anyone at all. I don't dare to have such a daughter-in-law. Annulled the engagement? What right do they have to annul the engagement? If anything, it should be annulled by us. What right do they have to criticize my son? What's wrong with my son having a woman? Men have 3 wives and 4 concubines since ancient times. They still dare to annul the engagement. What do they take our Duke Ding's mansion for? Duchess Ding kept saying that she wanted to accuse Jingwan of being jealous and intolerant. In the end, she just wanted to cover up what she had done. Even if the engagement was annulled, she wanted to pour dirty water on Jingwan. At this moment, Sun Yilin really felt that it was unprecedentedly ridiculous. Is this the reason why you're targeting Jingwan? Am I your son or a puppet in your hands? Do I have to put everything first? I suddenly feel that my father is too fickle and you can't catch him. As your son, I'm obedient to you in everything. So you have the illusion that you've shifted your affection. You can't tolerate me paying more attention to anyone than you? When I get married and have children, they are bound to become the people I care more about. At that time, Mother, will you be jealous of your grandson? Duchess Ding's face turned green and white. Sun Yilin was right, and she didn't know how to refute, or she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Sun Yilin looked at the lush flowers and trees in front of him again. One more thing, Mother, you don't have to deceive yourself. The Luo family didn't annul the engagement because of that inexplicable child, but because of you. They didn't choose me, but you. I said, don't treat others as fools. It's too obvious who will support the daughter of a concubine of the Shin family. Mother, it's you who ruined my good marriage. Sun Yilin only felt that his eyes were sore, but he just couldn't cry. I also feel that maybe my little sister and I are not your biological children. You brought us back from somewhere else, and we're the children of your enemy. Sun Yilin. Duchess Ding's voice was unusually sharp. How can you say such heart-wrenching words? Her eyes were red, and she only felt a burst of pain in her heart. Isn't it? Otherwise, why do you hate us so much and can't bear to see us well? I've only seen mothers who would do anything to fulfill their son's wishes. I've never seen a mother who would scheme and obstruct her son just because he showed concern for his fiancée. In order to embarrass her son's fiancée, she didn't even care about her son at all. Mother, do you think I contradicted you, hurt you with my words, and hurt your heart with my words? But do you know that my heart is bleeding now? It's you who stabbed it again and again with a knife. It's now full of holes. As if to verify what he said, Sun Yilin covered his chest, and his body swayed. Poof! He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yilin. This sudden change scared Duchess Ding out of her wits. How could she still be angry? She hurriedly reached out to support him. Where are they? Where are they? Call a doctor quickly. Sun Yilin steadied his body, brushed away Duchess Ding's hand, and wiped his lips indifferently. The red blood on his hand was particularly glaring. My little sister is the daughter-in-law of the Luo family. If you were in the Luo family's shoes, how would you treat my little sister? You should thank Jingwan. If it weren't for her, my little sister would have been thrown into a corner by the entire Luo family. If they were more ruthless, they might have asked their brother-in-law to divorce his wife directly. In that case, they would probably have taken my little sister's life directly. Don't say things like whether the Luo family dares or not. So what if Duke Ding's mansion is a duke's mansion? Do they really think they can cover the sky with one hand? Since Lord Luo could sit in the position of Minister of the Ministry of Appointments, his means were naturally not trivial. If he was ruthless, he could definitely tear off a piece of flesh from Duke Ding's mansion and make Duke Ding's mansion suffer a great loss. My little sister is our blood relative, but as her maternal family, not only can we not help her, but we also hold her back again and again. Her blood relatives don't love her and don't care about her. As a newly married woman, she has to rely on her sister-in-law to stand on her feet. The one who loves her the most is her sister-in-law, but her sister-in-law is regarded as an enemy by her own mother. I always thought that you were reasonable and open-minded. You could also see the situation clearly. You were a qualified mistress and a qualified virtuous wife. I also thought that you still doted on my little sister very much, and I thought that you loved me the most. But it turned out that you cared about yourself the most. You didn't allow others to ignore you or disobey you. You didn't care about those who couldn't be controlled by you at the beginning, such as my father and the Empress, but you could control them, such as my little sister and me. Once we crossed your bottom line, you seem to have gone crazy. You lost your mind, disregarded the consequences, and only thought about your own pleasure. It seemed that all the unbearable things have been exposed and exposed under the bright sun. Duchess Ding gritted her teeth and stared at Sun Yilin, as if she had completely forgotten that he had vomited blood. Unfilial son. Sun Yilin acted as if he hadn't heard her. Since you can't allow me to care about others more than you, and you are my mother after all, you gave birth to me and raised me for more than 10 years. So what if I fulfill your wish? I won't marry in my life. You don't have to worry about me turning my elbow to an outsider and abandoning my mother when I have a wife. If you want to burn these flowers and plants, then burn them. After Sun Yilin finished speaking, he directly walked out. Duchess Ding looked at Sun Yilin's back that was getting farther and farther away. She only felt dizzy and fainted. Her body went limp and she fell to the ground. "Madam!" The servant's exclamation made Sun Yilin stop and wipe his face. In the end, he turned around and quickly returned. He carried Duchess Ding in his arms and sent her back to the house. He was not in a hurry to find a doctor. The doctor that Duchess Ding had asked someone to find for him was about to arrive. In the end, he took advantage of this time to tidy himself up and apply medicine on his face. Compared with Chen Jingmin, Sun Yilin was obviously more mature and had a stronger tolerance. But at the same time, it meant that it was more difficult for him to change his mind, and it was difficult to turn back once he had decided on something. Duchess Ding woke up soon after the doctor gave her an injection. When she saw Sun Yilin beside her, she couldn't help crying. "Yilin!" Sun Yilin's face was calm. He glanced at Duchess Ding indifferently. "Since you're awake, go back and have a rest." Duchess Ding saw that Sun Yilin was about to leave again. "Yilin, are you really going to distance yourself from me because of a vixen?" Sun Yilin stared at her. "I just like the third Miss Luo. Is she a vixen? Then, during the time when father admired mother, was mother also a vixen? Don't ruin our last mother-son relationship. Don't make me not want to go back to this home. Don't make me not want to call you mother again." Why was she still not awake at this point? Didn't she know that her position as Duchess Ding was in danger? It was very likely that she would only exist in name. Didn't she know that the real trouble was still to come? He was basically sure that the Shun family would insist that the child was his. Those who were hostile to him would take this opportunity to smear him and reduce his influence among the scholars. The Empress might throw her mother out completely in order to protect him, but that would also damage the reputation of Ding General Manor. The best way was to push the blame to the Shun family. However, once Miss Shun committed suicide, even if it was just for show, public opinion would be biased toward the Shun family. After all, people were born to favor the weak. There was also the Luo family. There was still a glimmer of possibility of redeeming the engagement. That was, if his mother didn't exist in Ding General Manor, the possibility was really small. Even if this matter was completely exposed, at most she would be criticized. Other than that, she really couldn't be pulled down from this position. In fact, this glimmer of hope was equivalent to no hope. Sun Yilin only felt a sudden pain in his temples on both sides. Everything was going well, but it also seemed to be in a mess. However, the only thing he was sure of was that he didn't want to deal with the engagement so quickly. He would delay it day by day. In this way, he could still deceive himself that Jingwan was still his fiancée. Duchess Ding looked at his tired, painful, and even desperate face. In the end, she felt distressed. Did she really do something wrong? Yilin, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.